Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Nithsdale Area Committee, which is being live streamed and recorded. The recording will be made available on the Council website for public listening. Members may notice that when calling members to speak, I will refer to them formally and using their title, for example, Councillor Smith, so that it is clear who are councillors and who, by the process of elimination, are officers. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting your microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute, and if you are in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members, and no material shall be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join. And when you rejoin the meeting, so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. We'll move to item 1. Good morning, members. It was agreed at the meeting of full council on the 16th of June 2025 that the appointment of area committee chairs and vice chairs would be determined by the relevant area committee. I am therefore seeking proposals for the appointment of a chair and vice chair for this committee. Do we have any nominations? Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. I would like to nominate Councillor Little. Custom and practice being the provost used to take that position, but it's open to anyone, but I would like to nominate Councillor Little. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Yes, Councillor.
I'll second that, thanks.
Thank you. As we have no further nominations and it is customary for the Provost to take the position of Chair of the Nithsdale Area Committee, I will now invite Councillor Tracy Little to take the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, members. First of all, before we move on to nominating the Vice Chair, I'd like to thank Councillor Maureen Johnson for her sterling work in this committee as Chair, but also for her support in support of Dumfries as an excellent Provost. So thank you, Maureen. So we'll move to members and ask for nominations for Vice Chair. Councillor Ferguson.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Dempster if he's happy to take it up.
Councillor Hislop.
Happy to second.
No other nominations. Are you happy to stay in your seat, Jim?
If that's what you wish, Provost, yes.
Yeah, be careful what you... So, members, we'll now move on to agenda item number 2, Sediment apologies and Chair's approval of members' remote participation. Tracy, can you provide the sediment indicating who's participating remotely, and any apologies, please?
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Morning, members. We've got 13 members present in total. 7 members present here in the Council HQ, being the Chair, the Vice Chair, Councillor John Campbell, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Hislop, Councillor Johnston, Councillor Slater, and we've got Ryan McLaughlin, our Youth Council representative. 6 members present on Microsoft Teams, being Councillor Baretti, Councillor Blake, Councillor Malcolm Johnston, Councillor Jordan, Councillor Lowe and Councillor Walters. Not present at the start of the meeting is Councillor Wood, and I've got 4 apologies. Those are from Councillors Bell, Councillor Dorward, Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Stitt. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy. And I confirm my agreement to the participation of members named as participating remotely. So, agenda item 3, declaration of interest. Do members have any declaration of interest or indeed a statement of connection? Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Provost. I am Chairman of Sanker Enterprise Company, and although it's maybe no mentioned particularly in agenda item 14, I will mention Sanker Enterprise Company when we come to that agenda. So it's a statement of connection on the Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. Any other members? No. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 4, minute of previous meeting of the 14th of May 2025. Are we happy to approve this meeting, this minute? Thank you. So next we move on to Scottish Fire and Rescue Services Nithsdale Area Performance Report for 24-25. The first report we are being asked to consider today is the Scottish Fire and Rescue Performance Report. There is comprehensive information available for us to scrutinise, and as always, we commend the service for that. Station Commander Kevin McCartney and Station Commander Scott Finlater are in the hall. Yep, there. In the hall to answer any member questions or address any member comments. First of all, gentlemen, do you have anything to add to the report at all?
Thank you, Chair. We have no amendments and nothing to add.
Thank you. So I'll open the floor to members for questions and any comments. Councillor Lowe.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. In previous reports, we have a position in Abbey Ward where we're partly Stewart Street and partly Nithsdale, and there has been an element of the data coming into Nithsdale. I noticed in this report there's actually no mention of Abbey Ward at all. Is that a change? Because I'm looking at previous reports, there's always been, we have to add up the Stewart Street and Nithsdale to get our figures, but there's no mention of Abbey Ward.
Gentlemen, do you have any comments on that?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. The Abbey Ward will come under the Stewartry report, I think. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just come back? Can I come back on that? Just from the point of view then of any comparisons or things like that, will the Stewartry report, you know, say which are the DG2 postcodes, which is what is in the Nithsdale, because it stops us making any comparisons and it feels like we're starting from scratch again. Part of our ward is definitely in Dumfries.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. I think that's where it becomes difficult for the fire service to split your ward. Yes, so as you have just a small part in DG2 and the rest over in the Stewartry. So any comments on that, gentlemen?
It's the reporting's maybe been more prominent with the new style report that we've issued, so it doesn't break down the wards as it maybe previously has, and that's probably the reason that it's not shown and itemised in the report.
Thank you for that. So, Councillor Lowe, you will get the information, but it will be in your Stewartry Area Committee. Are you satisfied with that? Because the information has not been omitted, it's just from this particular Area Committee.
That's fine. We'll look at that next week.
That's great, thank you. Councillor Slater.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the report today. The question I've probably raised it at previous meetings with yourself is buildings in this town which are lying derelict and being vandalised and being burnt down in some cases, or set in fire. Now, I know I asked about CCTV, but you say that's got to do with the owner as such. So does it need, as this is continuing on, and somebody is obviously going to get very seriously hurt here, or worse, and buildings are being destroyed, does it need some sort of change in local laws or government laws to have, if you have consent, or you can actually ask for to have CCTV on the premises, because that would save a tremendous amount of time. And the fact as well, although you have, say, you can't put CCTV in it, it's yourselves that's got to go and attend these fires, which is obviously a cost to everybody, really. So I just wonder if there's any way at all that this can be reduced some way, either by change, and I know you can't change the law, or change in local council to actually have, you have more consent to actually put CCTV, make them put CCTV in to protect the premises. As I was up at the old hospital the other day there, and it's an absolute disgrace. And it's been set on fire a couple of times. Kids are running across the roof and things like that, it's setting it on fire. So something needs to be done. I don't know if you can give any more help in that, but it's very, very important to the town, and this is allowed to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slater. I'm sure that owners of such buildings are given advice by the fire service, but I'll hand over to them to see if indeed there's anything they can do.
Yeah, thanks for your question. We work really closely with the police, and we're aware of all the derelict buildings within Nithsdale, such as the convent and Nithbank. We go regularly and have meetings with Police Scotland, who then are in touch with the council and the owners to try and push for better security at the premises, and for 24-hour security, and for the addition of CCTV cameras. But that is down to the local owners. The fire service have no powers to enforce that, or to request that they're put in.
Microphone, David.
Sorry, come on. I realise that, yes, but the reason I'm raising it again, I know you can't do that at the moment, but is there some way that this can be done into the future by the fire brigade, fire service actually trying to get that done by speaking to the Scottish Government or something like that? Is that possible? Because this is an ongoing situation, and it's not getting any better. If anything, it's getting worse. Thank you.
I could make inquiries as to if there is any way that that can be progressed. At this time, I'm not aware of anything further that we can do. Our community action team is being proactive. Our crews do visit the sites. They're in touch with the schools. They carry out school visits. They work closely with youth work as well to try and reduce the cost to these premises.
I believe the council safety team had been up at Nithbank, and I believe they're speaking to the owners regarding fencing part of it off. But that's all I really know at the moment. But it'd be good if something like that could be done. It would save the buildings. It would save people's lives probably as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Slater. I know yesterday at Education we had all evidence of the community safety and the joined up approach that we're doing with all partners, and it's very successful, and it's moving forward, and all partners are keeping in touch. But thank you very much for your comments. It is a concern. It's a concern to everybody right across the region, but thank you. Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Provost. It's actually going back one. Councillor Lowe raised a very valid point actually about the lack of figures for the Abbey ward in this. I'm obviously one of the councillors that have both Shurtry and Nithsdale. This has been the case for 10 plus years since Police Scotland and the Scottish Fire Service came into being. It seems strange that we don't have any comment on the Abbey ward in the Nithsdale Area Committee, especially when members of the public living in Nithsdale may very well tune in to listen to that. They're going to have to go into the Shurtry Area Committee to hear their figures. I think this is something that really needs looked into again, and that we do get a report to both Nithsdale and Shurtry.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. I think it's something maybe as Should we use that as an action to discuss whether we could, it's the same report, I suppose. It's because then we have the fire service having to split that into DG2 and to postcodes when they're, at the moment, the reports are all area-based. Councillor Blake, do you wish these reports to have DG2 information in them and the rest of the information, because that's a little bit more work for the fire service? Is that what you're asking?
It's not so much more work. We've already had this. We, as councillors, as Councillor Lowe mentioned, we've really got to then split what's statutory and what's Nithsdale. But I feel this is a public meeting for residents in the Nithsdale area, that they should have access to both police and fire information.
Perhaps as a consideration, maybe just to have the full report for this one to be put into this area committee and the other one. Is that what you're asking, Councillor Blake? Because I think the reports are area-based, they're not ward-based. I think that's the difference, and unfortunately Abbey Ward gets that split, and it's complicated for yourselves.
Again, it's nothing new. We've had that complication for 10 years. It's more for members of the public. Yes, I think it should be published on both, and then we could question it for both at both area committees. Right now, if it's not mentioned, we have difficulty in actually raising Nithsdale issues at the Nithsdale area committee because it's not mentioned in a report.
Thank you. So not especially to split the Abbey report, but just put the full Abbey report that's going to statutory, but bring that full report to Nithsdale as well. Would that suffice, Councillor Blake?
Yes, that's really always been the case. Ideally, it would be great if we could split it, but I know that's going to cause a lot of work for both fire service and the police service. No, I think if it features as a report on the agenda, or features in the report, I should say, at the Nithsdale area committee, that would suffice, yeah.
Thank you for that. So it's just a case, gentlemen, that if the report that's going to statutory just that includes Abbey Ward, the DG2 part, but just the whole report rather than having to split it, then that saves complicating your own work, but it means that the report is here for members who wish to scrutinise the DG2 side of the Abbey Ward, if that makes sense.
We can inquire. It's a different station commander that's responsible for the Abbey Ward as a whole, and the reports are generated for Abbey, which are then attached to the statutory part. There's a possibility that we might be able to run the Abbey part and attach it as an appendix.
I think members would appreciate that if that's possible. Thank you very much. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Provost. It's an excellent report, and I like the easy-to-read format that's presented there. The only question I have is, and it talks about performance, I'd be interested in the performance of stations and personnel, because in this report you can't analyse whether or no a station is performing poorly or well. You can't analyse how many times the appliance did go out or for whatever reason failed to go out. It'd be helpful if that could be included at some stage, that information. It's just for our better understanding on a station-by-station basis. But the report itself is good. It just it doesn't seem to have that particular element of information contained within it.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Councillor. What we do is, as an addition in the past, we've added availability, and the availability of the stations is within the text. We wouldn't necessarily drill down as far to give individual performance for each station.
At least some additional information would be helpful for us. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson, I think you actually had a point on a previous, was it to do with the Abbey Ward?
It was part of that, Provost, and I agree with Ian Blake and Kim Lowe on that. It's just the point I was going to make here is that Stewart Area Committee don't have the delegations to discuss anything that happens at Trequeer. That's where we've got the problem. It's so I think the plan to just have the one report for Abbey Ward and to go to the 2 area committees is the right thing. And just as a matter of interest, the community engagement here, the Mercury Hotel is actually in Abbey Ward, so that'll need to go into the Stewart report, and that would be it. So I was wanting an earlier, but yeah, absolutely. So I'm agreeing with Jim with the two councillors earlier.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson, but I think Station Commander had agreed that we'll find a way to break that down so we have the DG2 side of the Abbey Ward in this report and the rest of the information in the Stewart report, but totally take on board that information. Councillor John Campbell. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ferguson.
Just to come back, parts of DG2 are actually in Nithsdale, so be careful. Crockett Ford is still in DG2. So I found that out with another hat on.
See, that's why this is a complicated ward, you see, when it comes to reporting. But I think the officer in charge of, that's responsible for Abbey Ward, you'll speak with them anyway and find a way to drill this down, Councillor Ferguson, so that we get the right information from the right ward in the right area committee. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, like Councillor Dempster, I think this is a good report. I like the layout myself. It's easy read. You can pick out details quite easily. I was looking at the body of the report, our role of scrutiny. That's on page 25 and over the page. 4.5, does the information I received tell me, and there's a number of bullet points there. I was looking at the second bullet point, which is why variances occur, and if you look at page 39, the road traffic collisions over the 4 years, it seems to be on an upward trend. I'm just wondering if you've got any explanation on the variances, the reasons why we're having an upward trend. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor. The numbers are really low, and I'm pleased to report that there are no fatalities within this reporting period. And because the numbers are so low, the graph does show a slight spike. We have analysed the incidents closely. There have been no trends identified specific to locations or age groups. The ages of persons involved in accidents have been right through all the age ranges as well. So it's very difficult to give you any more information on that one.
That's fine, thanks. Appreciate that.
Councillor Hislop.
Chair, this is a Nithsdale report. There's information missing out of it, so how can we scrutinise a Nithsdale report if it's not here? Should this report be taken away and represented at a future meeting so that we have the fullest of information to actually be able to make a decision on it?
Is that what members would agree to? Because as far as I'm aware, the only information that's missing is the Abbey Ward, which will be in the members from Abbey Ward will be at Stewart Area Committee, so they will get to scrutinise that there, whereas all other members here can scrutinise their own wards. But also Abbey members can scrutinise that as well. But it's the only thing that's missing is a part of the report that will go to the next area committee anyway.
What happens if there's 8 fatalities in Stewart, or the Nithsdale part of Abbey that's not in here? What happens if there are 20 fires there that aren't reported, and it's showing that there's an issue in that part of our area committee area that we are not being informed from? Or is it a case of we should actually break it down into ward committee meetings rather than area committee meetings? Because if we're only getting part of the story, it doesn't seem to be the right one. And the thing that gets me is this has been reported previously for the last, I think it'd be 15, 20 years since the wards have been split this way. They've brought Abbey information here. Why it's not here this time seems to be a bit strange.
Understand your feelings on that, Councillor Hislop. Would it be sufficient that going forward we're going to be working with a system that will break that down, so we will have that information in this, but that information will also be able to be available at stewardship for the next committee, and from here onwards then we're asking that the Abbey ward that sits within Nithsdale can be included. Would you be satisfied with that? Or, because I think to throw out a whole report and ask the fire service to rewrite a whole report with the same information but something from stewardship would, I'm not sure that would be very productive.
Chair, I don't want Stewardship's information. I want Nithsdale's information. Now, I can't see that a station officer in Dumfries has to go out to a fire in Traquair, then send his report to Dalbeattie or wherever the station officer is stationed for stewardship part of the ward, and then come back. That information should be stored in Dumfries Fire Station, and it would be relevant to the Dumfries area. To me, there seems to be a fault in this report compared to the last time it was here. And why has that happened?
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. Before I go, I think Councillor Ferguson, were you wishing to come in on this point before I go to... No. Okay. I'll go to station commanders and see. Or do you want to come in, Councillor Dempster, on this point?
Just suggest if it would help, the station commander's already said he could present the Abbey information to the stewardship. Surely he could email it to officers and we could get it that way, and then we would be able to review it, although not today. It would give us the information we need, and if we're going to get then information in future reports, that'll just be a stopgap measure, if you like, to save asking the fire service personnel to go beyond what would be reasonably expected.
Would you be satisfied with that suggestion, Councillor Hislop? And I know you can't scrutinise it today, and I know we're asking to note and agree and sign off things today, and this kind of, as Councillor Dempster said, it's like a stopgap just for this particular meeting, and moving forward we will have the correct information, or we'll make sure we've got the correct information into the correct area committee. Would you be happy with that, as Councillor Dempster said, stopgap situation?
I don't know if I'm just getting grumpier in my old age, but I wouldn't be happy, but I will possibly accept it.
Sorry, Councillor, I was listening to Governance there. What did you say?
Just to repeat, I'm possibly getting grumpy in my old age. I wouldn't be happy, but I'll accept it.
We can add into the recommendations that we've scrutinised all but the Abbey ward part, which will come with a following. As long as we note that in, put that in. Are you happy with that? Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much. I'm going to let that lie because Ivor's been grumpy for the two of us. The bit I'm looking at here is the joint training between the Scottish Fire and Rescue and the NHS, and I'm reading here about increased ability to provide localised training for paramedics, ambulance and fire personnel within the region. There was a plan a few years ago to actually have some of the fire service personnel trained up to, if not to full paramedic, but at least getting close to that level, given that you're usually first on the scene, I would suggest. So is that what's happening here, or is this something different?
Thanks for your question. This is purely building on the skills that we've got and increasing the skills and the knowledge we have, and also building on the partnership working. At current time, there is no plans to increase the skills further, because that would be an expansion of roles, so there's no plan to carry paramedics within a fire crew at this point in time.
Yeah, that's what I thought it might be, because I remember there was a wee bit of resistance from within some of the workforce for doing that, and that was obviously a separate issue, and I'd hoped maybe there had been some progress in that, but clearly not. So I think that's fair enough, because I think the last thing you want when you're first in the scene is if somebody's in dire need of assistance, then they should be able to get it as quickly as possible. So thanks very much for the answer. It's a candid answer. Yeah, but I think probably longer term we should be looking at the North American and some European countries where the fire and rescue service actually has paramedics on site. But that's no for today.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's maybe just a small point, but a few years ago you used to paint the hydrants and keep them visible for everyone to see. But in recent years, the plates on them have just become very rusty and a lot of them have been run down. So is there any way, I know you probably keep where all the hydrants are on computer nowadays, but it's obviously for people to see them as well. And it actually looks better, I must admit, to see that they're being looked after, and obviously they were being checked on a regular basis. But I still feel that when you go around looking at them, they're pretty worn out and they're not very visible to the public as to where they are. Thank you.
Thanks for your question, Councillor. I believe that this has been covered on a few previous occasions. It's not policy to paint the hydrants anymore. They are maintained by a local hydrant operative, and all the crews are fully aware of where they are because they are GPS plotted and are held within the tablets we have on the fire appliances.
No, I must admit, it's just that they look pretty tatty and run down. And you know, we say you can't paint them anymore, but they just don't look right and they're difficult to find. You might have them on your systems, but it's where people sometimes can park on a pavement and there's one there and don't even see it. And some hydrant signs now, there's probably been fences built in front of them in some cases and people don't see where they are. So when you're going around, do you notice that, and can you move the hydrant, the ones that sit on the surface, can you move that to or make sure that they're not being covered by a hedge or a fence? Thank you.
Councillor Slater, I'll let the gentleman come in, but I think the paint condition, as the station commanders have said, that they have no measure on whether they can be located by the fire brigade or whether they, in their practicality. So they may look nicer and it may look cleaner and etc. For the streets, but they're still able to be located and still be able to use efficiently. And I think that's the crux of I think that's what's needed more than anything. I'll ask them to come in, but I mean, as the station commander did say, we have done this every area committee whenever they do their report. So, and it is the same answer, that it's not customary to paint them now, but they are being used to their optimum. They're very efficient. So I'll let you come in if there's anything else you can add to that, but I think that's probably about it, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you. The hydrants are serviced regularly, and as within policy, if there are defects identified at the time, they will be rectified, they'll be reported. If signs are needing replaced when we're there, that will be done as well.
Thank you for that. And I think I'm assured by that and also feel confident at their efficiency. So if you can feel confident that, that's good, Councillor Slater.
I can send you some photographs of where these hydrants are, and some of them are pretty run down, and you will obviously make sure they're replaced or whatever, are brought up to a reasonable standard. Thank you.
Right, I think we'll move on, Councillor Slater, because they are efficient, they are being used, they know where they are, and they're doing the job they need to be doing. And I think that's what we need to be concerned about more than anything. So who do we have next that would like to speak? That's us. Is that us? Any other members got any questions? Okay, we'll move to recommendations. Members are asked to scrutinise the performance report for Nithsdale from the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service for the period 1st of April 2024 to 31st of March 2025 as detailed in appendices. Thank you, gentlemen, for your attendance and also for an excellent report. I was really happy to see that numbers are down, so that was excellent. But thank you very much for your help and for your answers. So the next 4 reports are about our new approach to the Area Committee performance monitoring. Members will recall that one of the recommendations from the review of area committees was to change how we did this. And so today we start the new arrangements. In each of the following 4 reports, one from each directorate, we are invited to select a small number of performance measures to have an in-depth look at over the coming year. Members will note that we should be selecting issues that have particular relevance to our area rather than region-wide issues, and so I'd encourage you to think about the matters we have in particular interest in for the people in wards 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, those marked with collect data on an area basis. So we start off with Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Directorate, the area performance reporting. This report is the first of our 4 directorate reports to agree the new arrangements for performance reports to Area Committee, and Jim Brown is in the hall to answer any member questions or address any member comments. Jim, do you have anything to add?
Nothing to add, thanks, Chair. Provost.
Thank you. So I'll open up to members to propose which of these actions on the list we have for the success measures that they'd like to look into over the coming year. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks for the report. I'm looking at the to select a small number of success measures and projects from each of these directorates. I mean, what constitutes a small number? You know, is it less than 5, less than 10? Can we put the whole lot through? You know, so we've got 47 success measures in this first report and 33 projects. It's quite difficult to sort of hone that down to a small number, I would suggest. But I mean, it's up to members of the committee. So.
I think that's the thing. It's up to the members to decide what class is a small number. So how long is a piece of string, or in this case, how short is a piece of string? So if members have any views on which ones they feel that we should start off with, because it's quite a lot less. Councillor Campbell, you wish to come back in?
Yeah, if I can, Provost, thanks very much. I suppose from my point of view, probably the area-based data that's available would probably be a good place to start, because if it's a yes, then that kind of narrows it down a bit, but I'll leave it up to others.
Thank you. Do you have anything you would like to bring forward out of them that you suggest that you would like to see?
There's so many, I'm confused at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Chair. I think I was just going to agree with Councillor Campbell then, and just say that if the area-based data is available, why don't we just put those forward as the areas that we'd want to report on, and start from there and see how we get on.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. I've just heard from Fiona that I think Wigton had chose 6 or 7, so there's something to start with. Councillor Ferguson.
Okay. I think the first thing, I appreciate this, the first report, and they're all the same format. Particularly the projects part of it, it would have been helpful to have had a red, amber, green to see exactly where the progress was, rather than just saying it's a no, for example, that first one, developing early learning and childcare, primary school and secondary school stage mothballing temporary closure policy, is a no. Now, we know that there's reports going to that ECSW committee on a regular basis. So I think just in future it would be helpful if we knew exactly what the progress was and why there were no. It's interesting here is that the things that I've kind of highlighted, the percentage of people who feel safe in their neighbourhood, that's a no. That's something we definitely should be looking at. The number of adult participants referred to physical activity through social prescribing by NHS partners, that's another one, because that's part of the council plan. That's 38 TC on page 54.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. If you could do that, if you can tell us, because we have got quite a list. I'm trying to find the ones as you're saying them.
It's okay, James. I'm just showing I read the papers. So the first one was 30 TC. Then 38 TC, and the number 39 TC, and then the 40 TC. You'll see there's a theme right through there, and I know that, well, it's just no Jim's area of expertise, it's in the wider department. But it's also a way of making sure that these facilities are getting used, because the NHS, the GPs, there are occasions where people are getting prescribed. I was prescribed the warm water pool, for example, so I know it's happening on occasions, but it's not happening as often as it should. I would suggest, because the sessions aren't always full, right? Plus, there's plenty of people with needing new knees, whatever it might be, right? So, and that was that bit there. And the last bit, and for the success measures, the unemployed, inactive, disadvantaged participants supported into employment, training and education. They're my suggestions for a kick-off for that. As I say, the projects, it's difficult for me to say what we should actually look at here without knowing exactly where in the journey they are, because there's a shortage of yeses, isn't there? There's no yeses. So you could just put a pin into them basically and say, well, we'll do the first half dozen or whatever, or take a cross section and look at them. So that's my kind of contribution to that. But the ones I'm particularly keen on are about the things that tie in with the IGB and the NHS, and which I appreciate as Jim's area expertise, but he'll no doubt take it back to the Directorate.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Your last one there was at 47 TC for the last one, and unemployment inactive disadvantage. Yeah, okay, thank you for that. Councillor Slater.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if this is for maybe today or not, but it's under community wellbeing. It was just to say, Jim, that in 2019-2020 there was 88 violent things on teachers. Teachers getting violently hit by pupils. Some had desks and that thrown at them. But what I'm really saying here now, this is up in 2020 to 24 and 25, 405 reports of violent situations in schools against teachers. And apparently it's up about 450% increase since that date. So the reason I'm raising that, it's a very serious situation, and teachers have got to contend with. I know the Scottish Minister's looking at that, but looking at it and doing something about it, this is a very important thing, because sometimes teachers decide that enough's enough and they'll leave the profession because of these violent situations. So that's what I'm really asking, whether it's for today or not, but I'm just taking it under community wellbeing. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Slater, thank you for that. That is a very important and very emotive subject, but we're being asked to choose success measures here, and is there anything that you think, because that's a very important issue and it's important not only to yourself but to everyone, there may be something in this list that ties into that? Is there anything that you can relate that to? Otherwise, it's not really a place for Jim to comment on just now.
That's the reason I asked the question at the beginning, but I thought I'd just go through that point because it's a very, very, very important situation, and this is also important as well. But teachers' well-being, when they're trying to do their job and they're being restricted by people continually, and nothing seems to be being really done about it. So it's important. That's the reason I raised it. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. It is very important, but we have to stick to what's on the papers and do that. But thank you anyway. So, Councillor Hislop.
One of the big issues I have with these reports coming 6 monthly is you get a page which says NDA, not non-disclosure agreement, but no data available, because I think the last time I mentioned it, I think it was Miss Bryden that was here, and she got a bit of roasting from me. Why can't we get the results earlier? And it's a case of they're not allowed to release them to a certain date. So should they actually come 6 monthly, or would it be better if they came when the data was available at an appropriate time? Because I remember maths, when I was at school, we used to have your jotter and Miss Grierson, who was a maths teacher at St Joe's. If you had a wee square left that was empty, you had to fill it up. We don't really want a page saying nothing, do we? So is there any way that we can look at actually having the performance figures at the appropriate time, rather than bang on 6 months, when actually, if it was the next quarter, you got the information, rather than the one that, because it ties in with it, it's 6 months for the education one to come, but we can't report that till next 6 months. Is there any way that could be changed possibly?
Thank you, Councillor Heslop. I think there's an issue with different times, with different levels of the information comes in, and for when you can put it out. So I think that's always been an issue, but I'll turn it over to Jim to come in with an update on that.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks for your question, Councillor Hislop. I think, in a sense, you answered the question in terms of the fact that what we get is SQA data, which I think is what we're talking about, exam level data, comes out in different times. What we really want is not just the stuff that comes out in relation to Nat 5s and highs, for example, but all of those SQA accredited courses as well. And that takes a wee bit longer, which then includes all the appeal data. At that point, we then need to report to Education Learning Committee. And I think it's exactly as the two of you have described. It's all about when those dates happen in relation to firstly Education Learning Committee and when the next area committees then are. So I can happily look at it and I can talk to officers to say, have we got the most, if you like, efficient timeline, so we're getting data to the different committees at the earliest possible point. But I suspect we generally have. It's just the clunkiness of how the different committees and the different data arrives with us, which is no criticism on anyone's part. Just, if I may, Provost, on an earlier point, I think Wigton Area Committee selected 8 success measures across the 3 different services. And I think the point somebody made earlier, possibly yourself, Councillor Ferguson, in relation to the projects, in the main, the reason it says no in terms of area-based data available is because, for example, the one you mentioned, which was developing early learning and childcare policy, the policy is across the totality, obviously, of Dumfries and Galloway. So if we were to report on that, it would be the same for every area because it's the same policy that's been developed. So that's why there's a no against those ones. But yeah, just thought I'd answer those. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Jim. Are you content with that response, Councillor Hislop?
Yes. The other one that I was wondering, there's nothing here about exclusion rates or anything like that. Now, if you can drop exclusion rates, that's a sign of success, or is it a case that you don't want to report things that aren't sort of possibly seen as a failure rather than a success? You know, if you've got 20 exclusions and it drops to 10, that's a success to me because we're getting sort of an improvement there.
Well, we do get the exclusion rates in the education papers, but it's not in here. I'll pass it to Jim just to add to that.
I agree with your contention. And this is a good news story, as Education Learning Committee can testify. We have got a trend, a multi-year trend of reductions in exclusion. We do get blips, but overall we're significantly down in terms of a longer term picture, which is good news. You rightly say, the Councillor Heslop, it's not one of the ones that we've itemised here. So I think possibly we can take that back and say, would that be something we might measure in this way? But I think today, as I understand it, in terms of governance, we have to pick from the selection. But happy to take guidance on that.
Thank you for that, Jim. You okay with that, Councillor Hislop? Councillor Barretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If we are to pick from the list that says yes, can I put down these numbers? 2S, 4S, 5S, 14S, 18S on page 53.
Slow down, Councillor Barretti. We can't follow them when you're vast with them. Start again, please.
Right, I'll go, because they're all S's, I'll just write numbers. 2, 4, 5, 14, 18, 19, and on page 55, 45 TC. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Beretti. So we're getting up quite a number now, so we're probably going to have to drill down with those later on, but we just... Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Provost. I have a few I'm interested in as well. And they all have a no against them, which is why I'm kind of interested. We'd like to, and it's not because we don't have the data, it's because it's no area based, but I think 22TC, we should be looking to see, given that we expect community councils to work on our behalf, work with us, we should be able to see or want to see how many are satisfied with the support we provide, and if no, what can we do to improve that? The only way we can do that is if we get the statistics, and we directly fund community councils to help them to function. So I'd want to include 22TC. I'd want to include 33TC because we're currently discussing a visitor levy, and it would be helpful for us to understand how many tourists actually visit the area so that we can see whether such a thing would be justified. I'd want to include 39TC, the visitor activity sessions for those with disability or additional support needs. They're a very important group, a collective, and I'd also want to know where these sessions are provided, because I remember complaining in the past that they were all centred around Dumfries, and we have disabled and people with disability and additional support needs all across the region. So I'd be wanting to look at that. And the last one, it would be 46TC, the percentage of customers satisfied with leisure facilities. We make a lot of effort into providing leisure facilities, and we want to see how satisfied customers were. And not only that, we then want to learn how to improve on that to make sure our attendances rise. So these are what I'd hope we'd consider adding at some stage, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Dempster. I think, Jim, you wish to come in on that?
Very briefly, thank you, Provost. I'm obviously absolutely happy. We've got the yeses against the numbers Councillor Beretti mentioned, so that's absolutely fine. I think Councillor Beretti mentioned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from my own service, all of which have a yes, so that's absolutely fine. I think if you'd be happy, maybe not the right word, but if you're content, I will take the ones which have a no against them. The point's well made, and equally there are some which Councillor Ferguson mentioned earlier. There were 5 there, Councillor Ferguson. If you'd be content that I took those, since they have a no against them, I need to speak to Harry Hay to understand if that no precludes them from a breakdown in terms of area, or whether there's actually a way of doing that.
You happy? Right, okay, that's fine. Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Chair. Seems we've moved on to choosing lots. Can I just add one of the no's as well then, which is on page 55, which is 43TC. The number of visits to council operated and funded museums and galleries. A bit like Councillor Dempster mentioned about the impact of tourism on this particular area, and it would be really useful, I think, from an area committee's point of view, to be able to judge the performance of the museums and galleries which are in Nithsdale area. I see that it does say no, so perhaps the council officer can take that away as well and see if it is possible, but it wouldn't seem to be, it's not like one of the projects where it would be difficult to split, because basically you just have to split the data by location. I would thought that'd be possible. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Walters. That one actually confused me because I don't understand how we don't have the data for that. I'm sure I've seen the data for that in other committee papers.
It's not broken down though by the area. Is that the point?
Well, I think for my understanding, it's broken down by facility, which is within the areas. So I'm maybe wrong, but I was always.
Wouldn't take long then.
Chair, with your permission, I can ask, and I'll get the answer. If I might just suggest, there was that conversation, the initial conversation. Thank you to Councillor John Campbell for mentioning the there are 80 measures, I believe, here. I think we're probably around about a quarter of those now. And, it was your point about let's get the dictionary out and look for the word small and see if numerically 17 out of 80 is now a small number. But obviously in your hands on that one, just to make people aware that we're now up to 17, which is almost a quarter of the measures that are there. Thanks.
No, I'd intended that we have everyone's input and then we drill down to see how we can bring that down a little bit to be a little bit neater. Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, I think when you look at this and it's saying no, it's no because they've got regional figures, and I know the ones that used to be in the old Communities Committee, they were regional figures. And each facility was inside. You could tell which facility had what, but you couldn't tell which ones were in Nithsdale, for example. We could just tell right across the piece. So I think that's probably what it is. I'm actually going to make a suggestion here because if we're going to have something here, then we need to have the right people in the room. No disrespect, Jim. So if this is about sport and leisure issues, it needs to be somebody from sport and leisure rather than from a senior officer from that directorate per se. And my suggestion would be is, can we pick little tranches of what we're doing and have one officer here each time and just go over it as over the term of the year, for example, and then look at the different things at different times from the different parts of the directorate, because there's two main strands, but even within the strands there's divergent activities. So if you follow what I'm getting at here, so it would be a lot easier for us if we were going to come and talk on an area committee day about one issue or one or two issues in a specific field, rather than going a full gambit of a huge department. Because we're going to have the same at E&I later on, and it's huge. We could be all day talking about this at each of the committees when it comes up. So it's just a suggestion, is maybe that's what we should look at. Given this is the first one, Jim's got the short straw here.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. So you're suggesting that we perhaps pick areas that are within the education part, because we have Jim here, and any questions we need to have answered, then Jim's able to do that. Is that what you're suggesting? And then at a further meeting we pick other ones from other parts of the directorate, and we have the relevant officer?
Not today, because this is the first one, and we're actually setting up a process here that will be repeated at future meetings. So my suggestion is at future meetings we can pick a theme here and then ask that directorate to send an appropriate officer along to answer questions on that theme. It might even be under Jim's tutelage or whatever, right? So it could be somebody from the registration team, for example, for primary school. It's a long time since Jim did registrations for primary schools, absolutely. But you take my point, and get the people in the room who are actually able to tell us why it's going well, why it's not going well, or what we need to do to support it, like Jim was saying. That's where I'm thinking we should be going with this.
No, I understand that. So we can choose a smattering today, and at each following meetings when we will have the relevant officer in place for whatever we're discussing regarding that. Which, to be honest with you, Councillor Ferguson, I kind of assume that we should be doing anyway with that part of it. So, yes, Jim?
I really appreciate the sort of solution-focused conversation there, Councillor, and I think there's something about, we've got a new process here. We're sort of feeling our way into the process to see what will work best. I absolutely accept the points about the ends down the far right-hand column, which can maybe restrict it. Just really helpful guidance from Kirsty next to me here, saying that pretty confident we can get the Thriving Communities data. So I wouldn't want to restrict it just to the 5 or the 6 that currently Councillor Beretti has asked from my own service. But I think that then goes back to that point of the 17. And I think maybe final point from me would be, I agree with you entirely. We just need to choose a way of doing it now, don't we? And then see next time, did that give us what we wanted? And if not, well, we can look at doing it slightly differently. But like I say, certainly from my own and Harry's service plans, we can get the data. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jim. So far we have, as Jim said, 17. So we need to sort of cut back on that, I think. So will we go over the ones that we've chosen unless any other members have any other to add to that? Councillor Ferguson.
What I was suggesting is we pick a theme today, right, and then out
Yes.
of that theme pick 4 or 5 things that we need to go with. And then next time we pick another theme and then what's 4 or 5, so that we're not wading through the whole report every single time.
So I'm leaving in the hands of members of what theme they want, but if we start off at the beginning, if we chose the education, we've got 6 in there, and then we can move on to leisure and sport after that. So are members content with starting there? Do we have any other, otherwise minded? And these all have yes. Members happy with that, Jim?
Take the lead from you, Provost. It'll come to my selection eventually. I'm happy with that.
Well, that's that. So, I mean, I think Councillor Ferguson's right. Pick a theme and then it just gets complicated, and then we move on to another theme, etc. Yes, so are we going with 2S, which is the percentage of P1, 4 and 7 children combined achieving the CFE level relevant to their stage in literacy? And then 4S, percentage of P1, 4 and 7 children combined achieving the CFE level relevant to their stage in literacy. That's the same. 2S and 4S are the same. Oh, one's lowest and one's highest. That's it, sorry, beg your pardon. And then 4S, percentage of P1, 4 and 7 children combined achieving the CFE level relevant in their stage in numeracy. 14S, percentage of 1, 4 and 7 children combined achieving their CFE level relevant stage of literacy. And 18S, literacy and numeracy and national 5 for school leavers. Do we move on to the next page at 19S, literacy and numeracy and national 5 for school leavers? And that's what we go with. So that's 6. Are we choosing 6 today, members? Is everyone content with that? You content with that, Jim?
Absolutely. Thank you, Provost.
So are we wishing to move on to the thriving communities today, or will we take that to a further meeting? Moving on, Councillor Ferguson, or further meeting? Because it was your suggestion to start with. Which one? You just said yes to both. Are we going to pick the thriving communities for now for a future date, or will we do that at a future date?
My suggestion is we do it after the next one, and then that gives them the full 2 month cycle, isn't it, to prepare, rather than 4 months, which might get lost.
I agree, but it was just for clarity, so we're all aware that we're all on the same page of how that goes. So that's fine.
Are we doing a project as well, Chair?
That's just what I was looking at. Are we going to choose a project or a couple of projects? How are we doing this, members? Starter for 6, who wants to come in first? Councillor Ferguson?
Can I suggest 9ER on page 56? Review the Council's early learning and childcare provision to match the evolving demand and needs of children to ensure the most efficient use of our resources.
Noted, Councillor Ferguson. Anyone have any other? Councillor Campbell?
Thanks, Provost. I'm looking at 11S, which is further progress the anti-bullying work across the school settings.
Councillor Slater?
I was going to say 11S as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slater. Councillor Dempster, you wish to come in? No?
No, at all.
Oh, was it Jim? Sorry, wrong Jim.
Sorry, that was me.
Too many Jims. I would just guide. Clearly, we'll do what comes out of the meeting. However, for example, 9, that is a piece of work that is done across the whole authority. It would be very, very complex, I think, to divide that up and say we're going to do that 4 times in 4 different areas, get 4 different outcomes. It's a review of the whole system. And again, if we were to bring back a report, it would simply be on the progress that's been made of the entire review. And so I think that's why the no is there. That's obviously one of John Finn's. 11S is mine. So that review, again, it's of the overall system implementation of a standardised approach to reducing bullying and managing bullying when it happens. So it's not necessarily saying what's happening in an individual school. It's saying are our overall system interventions being implemented and overall being successful. So I can bring you something. I don't think it's going to be particularly satisfying compared to what the overall piece of work will be achieving. If you take my point, does that make sense, Provost?
No, that makes perfect sense. And our first request in all of this was to choose something really area-based as opposed to region-wide based. So are you content with that response from Jim, Councillor Ferguson? Or do you still want to pursue this one?
I'm looking at myself here as an individual ward councillor, and the questions I get is about my ward, right? Not about what happens in Stranraer, right? Sanquhar, all due respect to the Vice Chair. But the people want to know what's happening in Lochside, they want to know what's happening in Summerhill. That's the information where I would like to see us here, because this is the closest we get to individual wards.
So the point that Jim's made is that's not so easily achieved on that particular one on 9ER, and actually the other one, because they're bodies of work that go across the whole region. We could get some information back, but it may not be quite as satisfactory as we're needing. Is that right, Jim?
I take the point Councillor Ferguson's making. We're in an area committee, and if that's what you wish for, Councillor Ferguson, I'll work with staff about how we, if you like, disaggregate school by school, and that's absolutely fine. I'll happily do that.
Yeah, exactly. Just as an example, I know there's the best part of 150 to 200 kids go from my ward up to Jim and Tony's ward to school. So there's a problem here. We've got it's an issue that we need to look at on a very local basis. You know, A, why are they doing that, and what would happen if they didn't go, and what would happen to the other school? So that's why I'm kind of thinking here is we work it out school by school, Jim, don't we? In terms of what the needs are. So it shouldn't be that big a deal.
Absolutely right. It's not necessarily that measuring things that are reported through CMIS, for example, is problematic. It's more that the project itself is to move forward on an overarching strategy across the authority to implement a new approach to managing bullying. So it's not necessarily saying we're measuring bullying rates. It's saying we know this intervention to be successful and we're implementing it across the piece. So what we'll be bringing back is, if you like, implementation rates rather than necessarily you know, the kind of things I think you're really looking for. I think probably what would I would find successful, because I'm looking at this as well. You know, I look at this data because I'm interested in what's happening, so we can make differences and changes just as you are. And I think what I am keen on is when this work is finished, we then say, and what's the impact of that work, as you say, differentially, to see is it having a standard impact across the piece, or are we getting areas which it's not working for as well. But like I say, I'm more than happy to bring back something to say, how are those schools within this ward doing in terms of their implementation of the anti-bullying work that we're progressing with. Happy to do that.
Thanks, Jim. But Councillor Ferguson, the 9ER was the review of the Council's early learning and childcare provision. I'm not sure how that's relevant to the high schools moving, you know, pupils going to
It's
different
not
high
just the
schools.
high school. There are primary school and nursery kids going from my area up into a different area. So it's not as big a problem as the secondary school. I appreciate that. But I think what we're talking about here is it's not just the council's early learning and childcare provision, it's the voluntary and independent sectors, how it all marries together and how it works in each ward. And, you know, how, for example, workers who are coming in, say, from Castle Douglas and leaving their kids at a nursery in Dumfries, because that's where the cross-border bit needs to kick in, because we need to understand that, how many kids are coming for early years in Dumfries Borough, for example, whose parents are coming into the borough to work. Now it's understandable. I mean, we did it ourselves as a family many years ago, so I'm not saying it's wrong that, but I just say we need to understand it so we can actually resource appropriately the different places. So that's kind of what I'm getting at here. Does that,
No, that makes a lot of sense, but our nurseries don't have catchments as well, but it would be, it's knowing the young people, the children going to nurseries out with what their primary and high school catchment would be and then staying there. So it's that kind of information you're talking about?
yes, absolutely, and whether they've got the right to actually go to the primary schools attached to that nursery. And Jim's nodding here, so it's a hot potato, isn't it?
I'll let Jim back in because I think he's keen.
Yeah, keen. I absolutely take the point you're making, and I think the points you're making are the basis for why we're doing the project, I suppose, right? And the point about the projects is they're not outcome measures in the same way that, for example, the success measures are. So success measures, of course, I can simply say, well, let's just find out who did what and where, because we already have the data, because it's an outcome. This is about a piece of work that we're doing that, in reality, Pintana will tell us, have we done 10, 20, 30% of it, and we can see the progression. But what we would bring back would not be the impact of that review once implemented. It would simply be the progress we've made in the work to deliver that project, which of course isn't what you're looking for. You're looking for the outcome of the project itself. And so with the projects, if we start saying, well, we want to have a detailed evaluation of where we are in each ward against the project, all we'll get is the same information for each ward saying we've progressed with 37% of this project, which has meant this amount of work's been done. And it won't give you, if you like, information that satisfies you in terms of scrutinising the differential outcomes ward by ward. It'll just say we're making this amount of progress, and it's the same across all wards. So I think it's just, I'm obviously not, I hope you see I'm not trying to prevaricate here. I'm simply saying it won't be the data you wish for, Councillor Ferguson, at this stage.
No, thanks for that, Jim. So, Councillor Ferguson, how does that affect your suggestion of 9ER then?
I think it's an EMES instead, yes.
So you want to retract that, so we'll just work that from out of the committee?
I'm no precious. At the end of the day, we need things here, and I appreciate we're taking a bit of time on this one, but it'll set the tone for the other ones that are following on. Yep.
No,
Yes.
I think we all appreciate the discussion around this, and Jim getting a chance to come in and sort of give us some added information on what we're expecting and what actually the outcome will be. It helps with the decision. So, Councillor Slater?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Could I possibly add in 25TC on page 56, development of community councils and support for new community councils operating smoothly and to their maximum ability? I think that's important because it's grassroots.
Thank you for that, Councillor Slater. Can I ask members if the project we are sticking to the same subject, same area as we have come from education, from the measures? Are we going to stick, because that's a different area within the directorate that you've chosen there, still a very important one, Councillor Slater, but are we going to stick within schools at the moment, with education anyway, okay, not just schools at the moment, and then both parts? I think that would make sense. Are members in agreement of that? Okay, well, I think I've got someone else before you, Councillor Hislop. I can see your hand, John. I'll bring you in.
Thanks, Provost. Yes, I was waving madly there, but yeah, now we've been presented with this report and there's 33 projects in there, and I do take on board what Jim's saying. However, we've been asked to put forward suggestions, and there's been 2 suggestions so far in the education side of it. So I would still like to see the one about the anti-bullying 11S, regardless whether it doesn't give us the outcome that Jim thinks that we're expecting, but it still gives us an outcome, or at least it gives us that information. So if we are taking forward a project or a number of projects, then I think this committee should be able to ask for those projects to be taken forward. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Councillor Campbell, but I think the one that we had the discussion was the one that Councillor Ferguson had brought forward, the 9ER, and the outcome of that wouldn't be quite what we expect. And Councillor Ferguson was...
I think Jim also mentioned about the anti-bullying as well. So, yeah. I mean, we're taking forward projects. Let's take forward projects.
No, absolutely. Totally appreciate that, but we also have the officer in the room to give us the correct advice on when we're expecting something, what the outcome's going to be, so that we can manage our own expectations. So, but I'd totally take on your point as well. So you'd like to stick to 11S, okay? Councillor Dempster.
Just on the same subject, I'm sure we've discussed this on a number of occasions at this committee. And my worry is that if we get too much detail or specific information, you'll be able to identify particular schools and maybe even particular pupils. And that would never do for a variety of reasons. So it might be that instead of that, we ask, or we put in a process of requesting an exempt report or a confidential report simply on school bullying in Nithsdale. And in that way, it takes away the pressure from officers having to provide information that's in the public domain, and it will suffice maybe to give all members a comfort that it's not particularly any worse than anybody else, but it would be a confidential report based on the fact that people or certainly schools could be identified and described as a bad school, and that would never do. So I think an easier option might be to request a report, an exempt report on bullying at a later date, and that would remove any issue from the debate and this particular agenda item today, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. I like when you added the later date, because I was getting confused about whether we're being asked to do a project just now, but an exempt project's not quite what we're being asked to do. But a later date, absolutely. I think that's something we can bring to a future meeting, absolutely, for that kind of information. So where are we going with this? Who have we got now? No. We've had John. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, it's down to this, just picking from education. Just when you read the recommendations and the reason for the report, we are being asked to look at this service in a whole and pick certain small number of projects or performance measures. Will we actually be able to come back and change that, or will we have to wait for the 6-month rule to come in, because we've picked what we want to be brought for the next however long? We've got no thriving community ones in there, and we have no E&R, is it education and resources. We only have schools one. Or do we need to add a further recommendation to say that our area committee want to have the ability at this time to ask a question and the ability at the next one to change it?
I hear what you're saying, Councillor Hislop. That's why I asked if everyone was in agreement of whether we just choose from one particular area of this rather than spreading all about. Are you got a different opinion about that? I understand where your opinion's coming from at the same time.
Well,
absolutely.
It's down to the fact that if in 2 years' time we sit here, we've never had a report on how many kids are going to the swimming pool. But then comes the governance officer. Back in 10th of September 25, you agreed that the only ones you wanted were 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever they are we've picked. Now, how do we make sure that we have the ability to bring the other ones when we want to see them.
I think Councillor Ferguson, so you want to come in on that point?
Yeah, my intention was to have one each committee cycle, and then a different theme the next time. So we kept on the themes. That's kind of what I was suggesting, so we can stay focused, actually, and not have 6 or 7 officers sitting here ready to ask questions on 6 and 7 different things. We can, looking at the resource and their valuable time, let them do what they do, either teach or youth work or whatever. Yeah.
That's why I brought you back in there, Councillor Ferguson, because that was my understanding as well. So I just wanted you to clarify, because it was your suggestion. Do you have comments on that, Councillor Heslop?
Just explain to me how that works. So in 6 months' time, Jim comes back with the 6 that we've chosen. Now, if it falls on the 9th of March, that's not 6 months. So under the current standing orders, we can't change a decision of the council, which will have been through the process for 6 months. So therefore, it would be June before we can actually change which ones we want for the next thing. Whereas if we put something in here, whether it's a line to say this committee wants the right to, at the next meeting, bring back, I think that needs to be in, just to make sure, because you know how pedantic folk can be, me especially, with regard to standing orders, and we don't want to be strung up, or what's it called in sailing, hoisted by your own petard, or whatever it's called. So we don't want that to happen, that we've actually ruled ourselves out from doing it through standing orders.
Absolutely appreciate that. So your suggestion would be added to the recommendations, that at the next, then we can choose extra ones at the next one. Are you okay with that, Councillor Ferguson, as well?
No, I think it's a wee bit ambiguity on the recommendations at 2.3, because my understanding of that is that it doesn't matter what we decide about the small number, we'll still receive the monitoring reports on an annual basis for those service areas. And that comes every 6 months. It's not, this would come back to every area committee, and I think at the time I said that's a 2-month cycle, isn't it? And a governance officer nodded yes. So in 2 months' time, the next one of this, we would be getting whatever we decide today, yeah? And then we would, on that date, we would then decide for the next 2 months, and that gives officers 2 months to prepare to come back on. So you can, that's when you change the emphasis either.
But I think Councillor Hislop is stating that that's not written anywhere in the recommendation, so we want the ability to be able to add that. Sorry, I'll just go speak to Tracy a second. I've got Kirsty wanting to come in on that.
Morning, members. Thank you. Just to support Jim here, and I wonder if it might be helpful for members to consider agreeing the Thriving Communities Indicators, which allows us to prepare the report, but that you have a themed approach to your November agenda, and that means that we bring the Thriving ones at a later date, which hopefully would deal with Councillor Hislop's point in terms of that you have actually made the recommendations and the indicators that you select, but that you don't get caught up in a situation where you can amend those at any later date.
Thank you, Kirsty. Makes perfect sense. The voice of reason coming in there. Thank you for that. Are you content with that, Councillor Hislop, Councillor Ferguson, whoever else wants to come in? Are you quite happy with, we do choose those ones now, and we do the first ones for the next committee, and then the second lot will come at the committee after?
Yes, because that, well, my reading of 2.3, that's what we're being asked to do, is that the ones that we pick today will be reported 6 monthly. Bang, bang, bang. Now, whether it's over 2 meetings that we have the education and ones in one and the community wellbeing ones in another, or thriving communities in another, that's fine, but I think we need to pick them today so that we can put them in the diaries.
Perfectly reasonable request. So are members in agreement of that? Right, so we go back to the ones that we had. So how many did we have for those ones? Right, we've got 10 for the other ones. Are we going to narrow them down a little bit? Or are we sticking to 10 for that?
Is that for thriving communities?
Yes, yes. Just to note that the data is all there, so those ones are more achievable than the ones we chose from the education side.
Go with a small 10.
So, small 10. So are we going with the, Jim said, the small 10? Members happy with that, Councillor Slater?
Yes, regarding page 56, 11S, should that include maybe teachers possibly getting bullied as well? I think that's important.
Well, that's the project side. We're talking about the success measure side at the moment.
Okay.
So right, we have our 6 for education, we have a small 10 for the thriving communities. Have we chosen our project? Because we have 3 here, we've got 9ER, 11S and 25TC. Which is the project that members are wishing to go with? So, Councillor Ferguson, you've taken your 9ER out, have you?
I think given the complexity of it and the short time available, yes, but I think it's something that Jim no doubt can take back to the team and work on for the future, so we can do something about it. And just going to add, we should have asked Kirsty a lot quicker, because we would have been finished by now.
I agree. So 9 ERs out, so we have 11S and we have 25TC. I have Councillor Walters wishing to come in here.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to support 25TC because of the community council development, because we should be able to focus on the community councils in the Nithsdale area for that. So, and it seems like the next step in sort of community engagement.
No, thank you for that. Got Councillor Dempster wish to come in?
That makes it a small 11 because that's the thriving communities and we already agreed 10. And I think the programme's already been conducted anyway because community councils were established a year ago or more, or October last year anyway. But it's a thriving communities one's the point I'm making. So you're going to make that 11 now instead of 10.
Well, this is the projects we're doing now. We've moved to the projects, not the...
But it's still
Yes. I have Ryan wishing to come in.
I would probably say 11S.
Thanks, Chair.
Do you want in?
Yeah, that is that's right. As I understand it, from the thematic approach, we've got 6 success measures and 1 project relating to my service that will be brought to the next.
So that's the 11S one.
That's 11S. To the subsequent, comes back to your question of Councillor Ferguson, is it the next one or are we doing it now? We are now stating the 10 success measures and project 25TC will be brought forward for reporting at the subsequent, not the next, the one thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Councillor Dempster?
in that case, I'd like to add 30 TC. I think that's a very complicated. It's a complicated business. We've had meetings with officials about common goods and trusts. I've had nothing but frustration about trusts, and it'd be nice to understand where we were with them and how we intend to take that forward in the future.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dempster. Councillor John Campbell.
I would support Councillor Dempster on that because it's a bugbear of mine as well. So happy to support each other.
Thank you for that. Got Councillor Lowe wishing to come in.
Yeah, thank Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak in support of 25 TC because we have two potential community councils that would be in Nithsdale that are currently not formed. So I just say develop and deliver. So if it enables us to support the community in getting new community councils, that's important.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Right, to my knowledge, we have 3 in support of 25 TC, 2 in support of 30 TC. Any advance on those? Anything, anyone have any? Because we need to choose one between the two, because we already have 10 success measures going for that part of the directorate. So we need one project, not 2. So we've either got the support of the review of common goods and trusts, or the develop and deliver a community council development programme. Councillor Slater?
Wrong button. Yes, I support 25TC, as I said at the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slater. Councillor Barretti?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I also would support 25 TC. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Barretti. Right, we've got 5 for 25 TC, 2 for 30 TC, but we don't have to just have one project. We can do the 2. Are members wanting the 2 for that, or would you rather choose one? I'm at the hands of members. I'm just chairing it here. I'm at the hands of members, what members wish. Councillor Dempster.
If there's an opportunity to go to and it's in the capacity of the service, then I would do that. But if we're going to place unreasonable pressure on the service, I'd withdraw my proposal. But it's a subject that does need addressing, and I recognise and absolutely respect the value that we hold community councils in. So I'm happy to 25 TC the primary one. But if there's an opportunity without putting pressure on the service, I would like to see the other one reported as well, but I'll leave that to officers to advise you.
Thanks, Councillor Dempster. I'll bring Kirsty in to be quite candid about that.
Thanks, members. I'm confident that if it's members' desire to see a deep dive, which is obviously the focus of your report, into 2 of those projects, we'd be able to support that. I can speak, passionately on the community councils, because that's actually in my gift. In terms of the wider review of common goods and trusts, we clearly support that process, so that would be a conversation with colleagues who are leading it, but happy to be able to come back to members with at least an update and data on it, even if it's not as in-depth as certainly the community council development programme would be.
Thanks for that. Really appreciate that, Kirsty. So are members happy with those 2 going forward then? And perhaps the common good one maybe not being quite so intense to start with, but still having sufficient information that would satisfy members that progress was happening in that area.
It'll be a hot potato before it's finished.
Right, are we done? I think we're exhausted with this one. Are we done? Right, okay, so I'll go to recommendations. Note the new arrangements for performance management by area committees as set out in paragraph 4.1. Agree a small number of success measures and projects from the Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Directorate as referenced in paragraphs 4.5 to 4.6 and detailed in Appendix 6. And do we list, Tracy, will we list the ones that we've chosen?
Yeah, I can summarise them.
Right, okay.
Thanks, Chair. So we've agreed 6 from education with 1 project, and that is 2S, 4S, 5S, 14S, 18S, 19S, and your project being 11S, and that's for the next meeting of the area committee, and then the Thriving Communities theme reporting will be March next year at the subsequent meeting, and that is on numbers 22 TC, 30 TC, 33 TC, 38 TC, 39 TC, 40 TC, 43 TC, 45 TC, 46 and 47, with 2 projects being chosen, being 25 TC and 30 TC.
Just a little bit of clarity now. I've got 32 TC, not 33. You got 33, is it me that's incorrect? Oh, right, it's me that's incorrect. Sorry, Tracy.
Okay. Yeah, that's them all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And 3 of the recommendations note that performance monitoring reports on the selected success measures and projects will be reported to this area committee on a 6-monthly basis as set out in paragraph 4.8. Members satisfied with that? Thank you. Move on to 7. Economy and Infrastructure Directorate Area Performance Reporting. We're now being asked to agree a small number of success measures and projects from the Economy and Infrastructure Directorate. Karen Brownlee is in the hall to answer any member questions or address any member comments. Karen, do you got anything to add or any comments to make first?
Good morning, members, and thank you, Provost. I'll maybe provide an update on the report, and if it would be okay through yourself, it might be helpful for members if I provide an update in terms of the discussion at Wigton Area Committee and how they chose to go forward, if that would be okay through yourself.
That's perfect. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. So, members, if I can just point to the bottom of page 63 on the table, just to notify members there's actually a duplication there in terms of 27 and 29. So I apologise about that, but I'll get that updated in future reports. And if I may, as I say, it might be helpful just to confirm to members that this is a trial period, I guess, over the next sort of 6 months to a year, and you know that whatever members choose today in terms of the small number, which how long is a piece of string, but the small number of success measures and projects that will be taken forward, that will be reported back in 6 months. Just to absolutely confirm, so within economy and infrastructure, that is 33 projects and 49 success measures, which are across the 3 services, facilities, waste and neighbourhood services, economy and environment, and transport and infrastructure. It would be members at Wigton Area Committee last week chose to take forward 2 projects and 4 success measures which were across the 3 services. So hopefully that will be helpful to members, that's what they chose as their small number, but I appreciate it's difficult. Appreciate there's a lot of detail and information in there. But I think what I would just want to emphasise is it is work in progress. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Karen. That should help members moving forward with this discussion. So I'll open the floor now to members' discussion and their suggestions for, we'll start off with projects. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Provost. I'll start off. I'm looking at reference 4EE, development and delivery of the food law service plan.
Thank you for that. Councillor Barretti.
I was going to go for the same one as Councillor Campbell, 4EE.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Hislop.
One that always seems to catch Dumfries members anyway, the gull management plan. I think that would be something that would interest people that don't know if it's moving out with Dumfries to other areas.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hislop. Councillor Dempster.
I'd be interested, Provost, in a huge amount of money that's been introduced into the Council Levelling Up Fund project 21 TI. I think that would be a very useful update for members. And 49 FWN, the percentage of DG play park equipment currently work in order. We have a whole raft of projects introducing new play parks to our estates right across the region. It'd be a shame not to understand what the condition the rest of the equipment was in. So these are the 2 I would ask that you want to consider introducing.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. So the 49 FWN is the success measures. Can we agree, first of all, on the projects? Councillor Ferguson?
I'll be taking the same approach, a service area at the time.
That is up to members.
I know, I appreciate that, but given exactly it's the same argument as the last time, we could end up with 5 or 6 officers sitting here instead of 1 or 2. That's, I mean, the first 2 things for projects were in EE as opposed to FWN or TI. They're obviously the service areas. So are we going to do the same with this committee, with this service areas, really the last one, and get delivery on the day from a specific part of the service or a specific service within the department?
Are you suggesting that?
Yeah, I am actually, because I think it just makes sense to go all the way through and do the same, and then it's a case of picking some themes out. But which service area, of course, is up to, that's up to for consensus, obviously.
So are you suggesting we do a couple of projects for EE and then success measures as well, and then FWN, TI? This is what we're looking at? Just for clarity, Councillor Ferguson, so we know what we're doing.
For different meetings? Yeah, I absolutely. But I'm not dyed in the wool saying EE. It could be any one of the 3, as long as members we've got a consensus which one we want to do first.
Yeah, I was just mentioning that because it got 3 down 3 different times, so it wasn't specific. If we choose EE, we could choose a different one next time. Councillor Dempster.
I'm just going to point out the obvious, Provost, that these are alphabetically, therefore we shouldn't necessarily choose the ones that appear in the paper first because they're in alphabetically. We might want to choose what we feel is the most useful information first to hand to get, and then the other 2 directorates in their turn.
Absolutely, I wasn't trying to direct it. It was just, I would just mention the 2 ones at the top because we're at the top, but it's entirely up to members. I'm at the members' hands of how we do this. Councillor Walters, you wish to come in?
Yeah, thanks. I was going to support 3EE, the goal management, because that is something we get asked about a lot. The 21 TI, the Levelling Up Fund, and also 27 TI, the review DGC buses, as is obviously something that constituents are asking about on a particular area. And much as I don't want to disagree with Councillor Ferguson about this, I think we should be reviewing what is available to for our scrutiny purposes, not for the scrutiny the purposes of saying, well, there's an officer here, or we only want one officer, or we want another officer. If we're looking to scrutinise those particular areas, we've always got those particular committees anyway. And the point of this was that it would actually go across different areas. So at the rate we're going, if we're only going to choose things from EE, we're not going to have much of a choice. And then in a year's time, we'll have chosen something from TI as well. That doesn't seem to be the sort of purpose of what we'd agreed at council, which was that we would choose some success measures which would be reported to us every 6 months. So that's my feeling on the thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Point is well noted, but I think Councillor Ferguson was just trying to keep us running on the same theme for all these, so that we're doing the same thing all the time and there's no confusion about, so we know what's coming to each meeting because we're following the same thread that we started with, and that was the suggestion. But we are still free to choose any ones we want. It doesn't have to be EE. Do we have any other suggestions for projects? Councillor Hislop.
What is the TI one? Where was it again? 25. Road Customer Defect Reporting Development Phase 2. Now, is that a different way of doing it? Because I'll be honest, the one thing that seems to cause more confusion is how you report these potholes, if it's potholes, and then when you report them, it's been added to the list. Now that really grinds people's gears. what I think we need to have is a sort of feedback system of it's been flagged, it's either red, amber, green. Red means it'll be fixed within is it A level now, A, B, C, D, so that people know that if they've been reported, they've been checked and a rough time scale. Because some people report them, they'll phone back in a year and say that pothole's never been done, and then you have to go and check, oh yes, it's on the list. But you don't know if it's on the list because it's just a minor defect or if it's a major defect and why it's such. And it's how you could put a system back to actually inform the public that actually that pothole, although it may look large, it isn't in the running track, therefore it's not as a dangerous one as one that's at a corner and deep and in the running track.
Thanks for that. Karen, can you answer that?
Certainly, thanks very much, Provost, through yourself. Thanks, Councillor Hislop. So you're absolutely right in your synopsis and overview there. So phase one was the rollout of the system, the new system, which we have currently got, which came into play earlier this year. Members will be aware that we do have some customer-facing challenges in relation to that, and you've just highlighted some of them. So phase two development is the next step in relation to that development to ensure it's more customer-focused, to ensure it can feed back to members of the public and elected members just in terms of where the prioritisation is in terms of that defect. So that's what phase two is there. Thank you.
Based on that, I think that would be something good to come back, because it would be like a 1 or 2 reports, and that would be it finished once you've got through phase two. So I think that would be quite good to have on the cards.
So you want 25 TI. My question, Karen, is, so if we don't choose 25 TI, does that mean phase two isn't happening?
Thank you, Provost. So through yourself, no, absolutely. So all of these projects and success measures are all reported through service committee. So all will happen and all will continue, even if Nithsdale Area Committee don't choose that as a project to scrutinise further. So maybe if it would be helpful, so just to absolutely clarify, all of these are reported through Service Committee, through our service plan updates, and I guess that the reason for the small number is to allow members to scrutinise, have a deep dive into specific elements. So, but just to give the assurance, they all will still continue.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you for that assurance. So you want 25 TI in there, Councillor Hislop. Any further? Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to see 20 double E in environmental health, safety and public health inspections. Thank you.
I'll note that, Councillor Slater, but we're working on the projects just now. No, it's fine. I'll put that down, but projects first, then we'll go straight on to that. But I have put that down in the list, don't worry. Right, we have 3. We've got EE, FWN and TI. Are we picking something from, a couple from each? Because we have nothing from the FWN at the moment, if anyone wants to. Councillor Ferguson.
Just to ask Karen, the 25 TI, the Vice Chair and I have got a meeting set up with senior officers and that team about looking at a Fix My Street demo, am I right? Yeah, which is, I think, Councillor Slater's been talking about for a long time. And that, Karen, when are we reporting that to committee?
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson, through yourself, Provost. So that update will come back through service plan updates, and I think they're due in November. The Service Committee work is ongoing with Fix My Street, but when we're in a more definitive position, then I'll share that with all members, all 43 members. But you're absolutely right, Chair and Vice Chair, and the Leader have got a demo later this year in relation to that.
So whilst I'm quite happy for it to remain there, but that's it getting reported twice either. but I suppose it's a very local level we're talking about, isn't it? So I'm fine with that, as long as we're aware that it's getting reported to the Service Committee in that, within the period of next meeting.
But I think, as Karen had said earlier on, they're all getting reported. This is about deep dives. It's a different thing. They're all, it's not a double reporting. It's just we're choosing ones to do a deep dive in. Councillor Barretti.
Thank you, Provost. If you're asking one from FWN, can I suggest number 12, which is more than just food sustainable school meal strategy?
Thank you, Councillor Barretti. Councillor Slater, are you wishing back in?
Yes, it was just what Councillor Ferguson said there about Fix My Street. They have got a fantastic system there, which is the public can use, and there's something maybe the council should look into more of how they work with that system and what help they can actually give councils, which they do at the moment. If you request help from them, they will do that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Slater. Councillor Ferguson.
That's exactly what I said is happening, David. So, yeah, exactly. That's what's coming forward. It's in development stages, I think, is the best way to put it, Karen. Am I right? Yeah. But it'll be coming to committee before the end of the year, probably. Yeah.
Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Provost. Remember, I'd already asked for 49 FWN to be included. That was the play park equipment matter. And I think the other thing is, and I wouldn't want to belittle the project in any way, but the Kakubra Bridge project's not in Nithsdale, and we'd really be trying to scrutinise items or matters that relate specifically to our area. It is an absolutely essential piece of work, but it wouldn't benefit us to learn very much more about it at this stage.
Thanks, Councillor Dempster, but the 49 FWN, that's in our success measures, not our projects. We're just trying to do the projects just now. This is fun. Councillor, oh no, I've got Councillor Hislop first. That's fine. Councillor Campbell now.
Thanks, Provost. I'm looking at 14 FWN, Inquiry Service Phase 4 implementation. What is the Phase 4 implementation?
Thank you, Councillor Campbell, through yourself, Provost. It will be to do absolutely with all 4 inquiry services, including EMES. I don't know the specific details, so I would have to come back to members just in terms of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. So do you want that added or wait till further information comes back from Karen?
No,
okay.
It'll come to E&I anyway, so.
Thank you. So do we have anything else to add to the projects? We have, at the moment, 2 in E&I, 1 in FWN and 3 in TI. Councillor Dempster.
And the fact that we've got most in TI, I think we should do that first. And I think one of the other problems is that in 21 TI, that project should be completed by March 2026. Therefore, it's important we get an update as soon as we can. So I would suggest we do the TI projects first.
Thank you for that suggestion. Members are otherwise minded? No? Everyone happy with that? That we do the TI projects first? Okay, are we sticking to just 1 in FWN? Everyone happy with that? So we'll start off with the TI first, then do we wish to do the EE at the next committee after that and the FWN, or those 2 combined at the following committee? Combined, yes. Okay, so we've got the 3 TI projects and to go to the next committee in November? The next committee from this? Yes, TI for November and FWN and the FWN one and the 2 EE ones for the March. Super. Right. Now we're on to the success measures. We've already got 2 EE and 49 FWN. Do members have anything else to add? Councillor Ferguson.
Be careful because it was private business. 27 EE, 26 EE food sampling. But
Can I ask what that means, that one?
I'm worried if we do that, it would have to go into private session. Because it was private session at the E&I committee.
So we're not going, we don't want to go with that one.
Well, we could go into private session for it. There's no reason why we couldn't, because, I mean, what's the purpose of this? Is it to drill down into certain service areas, which I think it is. And if we need to drill down into that on a wider basis, on a locality basis, as well as on a departmental basis or a committee basis, then so be it. But we just have to be aware some of these things, like Jim said earlier, you could be identifying shops and stuff like that, or food producers or whatever, and I don't want us to be what was her name again, wee eggs and salmonella, you know. Yes, you know what I mean. So it's something I think we need to look at. As I say, I can't say here why I think you need to look at it, because it was in private business, but it's something that we should look at as an area committee on a locality basis, is my suggestion. And I'm hoping folk will take my word, who know an E&I take my word for that, and maybe Karen can come in with some extra information on that. That's no exempt business.
Okay, Councillor Ferguson, we can add that. I don't think there's any reason why we can't take that as an exempt paper, because this is a deep dive, remember, and if we're doing a deep dive and that requires us to have sensitive information and we need to be in a private session, I don't think there's a problem with that. It's information we as members are requiring. So do you want to come in, Karen?
Yeah, thanks very much, Provost. So whilst there was a recent report, as Councillor Ferguson is confirming, I think, you know, we will be 6 months down the line, so I think officers would require to judge the sensitivities around that at that point in time, and what could be shared in you know, normal public session, and if there is any requirement to go into private session. But I think we could tease that out over the coming period. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. So do you want that one in?
Yes. Yeah, I would probably say widen it out a wee bit, but we can leave that with the officers. Things that are related to food sampling, food hygiene and stuff like that, I think that's the theme I'm saying we should look at. Yeah.
No, that's great. Okay, Councillor Walters.
If you're still looking for suggestions, I was looking at 48 FWN, which is the percentage of missed bins, whereas there's areas data is available, and that's something that is regularly asked about. So can we add that, please?
That's great. Thank you, Councillor Walters. So we have 2 EE, 2 FWN. Are there any more we need to add to the success measures? Councillor Hislop.
Chair, one of the problems with these is a lot of these sort of come up in discussion. One of the ones I see is the 15E, number of businesses inspected by trading standards, and recently in Dumfries we've had 2 or 3 raids and various things, so that brings attention to that as something of interest. I think we need something out of the planning, if that could be done, and building control, just to see that performance is working there. So they're the early ones. Possibly 6 EE, the completion certificates responded to within 10 days, things like that. Whether it's just certain people get problems, and those are the ones we hear from, which is, it's 2 years since I applied and I've never heard anything. So some things like that, regulation, But I don't know if that's more something that you want a deep delve into, or just notice that that's being monitored, and if there is an issue, then that's when you would have a deep delve into it. You know, if there's out with tolerable standards, you know, the performance reporting we get at service committees, that's when you would want to see something coming forward rather than possibly all the time. Because, you know, if you've got something that is not performing as it should, or is performing over well, then that might be an exception. You want to know why that's happening. But if it's trundling along, so it's quite difficult to pick which ones you would really want, because, like I say, trading standards is one just now, because there's been a couple of cases in, I think, the town centre where premises have been visited and found to be wanting. So that would be of interest to local folk at the time, if they're listening into our meetings.
Absolutely. The planning ones, I mean, the average time, weeks for all of them, like you have 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 and even 7. We can get the average weeks, but then this is a deep dive, got a deep dive into the information of why. I mean, if it's supposed to be 12 weeks and it ends up 32 weeks or whatever, I don't know what that would be, then I'm assuming that the information in that deep dive would be reasonings behind. So there's so many of those ones from 2 to 6, or to 7 actually. Which one would we choose? You know, and the reason behind which one would we choose. I agree that it's one of those things that, yeah, that I would agree to dive into one of them, but I wouldn't know which one to do. Karen, do you have anything to add to it?
Thank you, Provost. So just looking at, well, there's 5 or 6 there, they are quite all intertwined. I do wonder whether it would be worthwhile tentatively putting all of those down, but making it clear that we're choosing one, and perhaps seeking advice from the planning team in terms of what would allow members to have that you know, proper scrutiny in there. I do note that none of them have area data available, so you know, what I'm assuming there is that the information that's put onto Pantana is regional. However, I don't know what one of those could potentially manually, but we would need to consider the capacity of officers in order to do that. But what ones manually could be brought specifically for Nithsdale or ward areas. But I wonder if it's worthwhile maybe seeking a little bit further advice if members were willing to consider that. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. What's your view on that, Councillor Hislop?
Well, it's slightly, you know, you could pick one and it might be another one that's actually not performing that might be of interest to you. So maybe it would be worthwhile, if even if the figures were there but no deep dive, just to say, and then if there is something that triggers up, you know, because it might be that 2 building control officers have been offered a golden welcome somewhere and they've moved, and that's why it's dropped off the figures or something like that. Or they might improve and it's because we've managed to get 2 folk back in. You know, that's as simple as that. But I think if the figures were there, if there is an issue, then hopefully they would come forward and say, well, this is what's happening, this is why it's happening, and this is what we're doing to alleviate it at the time. But I don't think it's something that everyone needs to be deep dived into if they're ticking along fine. So I would like to see the trading standards one, because I think we don't hear much from them. We used to get a bit of reporting from them, but it might be through service committee there's quite a bit, but just to, you know, see how they're getting on.
See how they're getting on, is that worth a deep dive though?
Well, when I used to sit in E&I, the ones that never got done were a lot of the trading standards. There was never any animal health stuff done, there was never this, and it was because they just didn't have the officers or they were pushing it away. and it's to see if the, you know, are they resourced to do the jobs that we actually need them to do? And I don't know if that's our remit, or is that more the service committee's remit? And if they're not picking it up at service committee, is it up to us to look at it?
Karen?
Thank you, Provost. I guess, so in terms of the overarching figures, and apologies because I know we've covered this already, so they will be reported through service committee, so members will be able to see those. Appreciate some members won't sit on E&I committee, but they will be reported as part of the updates to the service plans. So if members are looking for figures, then there's that avenue, and apologies because I don't have that detail in front of me. But what I would suggest is, you know, if Councillor Hislop is looking specifically for trading standards, for instance, then perhaps that's one for Nithsdale Area Committee to discuss at the next meeting as a deep dive, and then there might potentially be opportunities to look at others thereafter. Thank you.
The trading standards one, so we'll take the 6EE off. Right, okay. So at the moment we've got 3 at EE and 2 FWN. Are we needing anything else to add? Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, sticking to the theme, if we're talking about transport and infrastructure projects being the start of the theme, I'm looking at 54 TI, which is customer satisfaction with payments and footpaths. They tend to be the poor relation when it comes to maintenance and all that. I'm not saying that they don't get done, they do get done. I've seen it in my own area, but I think that would be a good one to add on that, if that's the reports that we want back first. And then I've got 1 or 2 others that we could take on in March, but do you want them now? I can give you them. 38 FWN, percentage of customers who are satisfied with the cleaning service, and I think there was another one, but again it was in EE, it was 8 EE, but listening to what Karen and Councillor Hislop's just been talking about, I'll just leave that there, but it would be good to get something in the planning at a future date, but thanks.
I agree. Right, so we've got 1, 2, 3 with EE, 3 with FWN and 1 TI. So we've got quite a load there for success measures. So we want to do those in 2 tranches again, where we've got 4 and 3. Members happy doing it that way, same as we've done with the projects? Okay, so where do you want to go first? The EEs or the other 2 first? No, I think we're doing projects. Are we just doing it? Right, okay, so we're just doing the same as the last one. So the last one we did TI first and then the other 2, but then that would mean we only have 1 project, 1 success measure, and then all the rest of them are in the second tranche. How is the capacity with that, Karen? Because that would mean that for the first, for November, we just have the TI one, the customer satisfaction with pavements and footpaths, and then all the other ones would be in for the following March.
Thank you, Provost, through yourself. So if T&I were to come in November, so overall that would be 4, if my notes are correct, which are 3 projects and 1 success measure. So I think that's absolutely doable within the team and within the capacity of the team. And then just in terms of if members agreed to bring economy and environment and facilities, waste and neighbourhood services together next March, then I think we were looking at 2 E&E projects, 1 FWN, and the success measures. Forgive me, I didn't quite get them written down, but it was at 3 for each. So again, I think for each service area. Again, I think there's capacity within the teams to do that, but members should be aware that bringing the two services together will mean multiple officers, because I think it's important that the appropriate service managers are present to allow members to scrutinise appropriately. Thank you.
No, that's great. Thanks, Karen, because the capacity is the issue, and if you feel because they're different parts of the district, that's absolutely fine. So, we'll move to recommendations. So members are asked to note the new arrangements for performance management by area committees as set out in paragraph 4.1, agree a small number of success measures and projects from the Economy and Infrastructure Directorate as referenced in paragraphs 4.5 to 4.6 and detailed in appendix. And Tracy, would you like to detail those?
Thanks, Chair. So for the next meeting, we will focus on the transport and infrastructure with the 3 projects being 21 TI, 25 TI, 27 TI, and the 1 success, which is 54 TI. And then the next meeting in March will focus on the economy and environment and facilities, waste and neighbourhood services. The 2 for EE being projects 3 and 4, and for FWN number 12. And the success stories for success measures for EE are 15, 20 and 26, and for FWN 38, 48 and 49. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy. Members okay with that? Then we'll note the performance monitoring reports on the selected success measures and projects will be reported to the Area Committee on a 6-monthly basis as set out in paragraphs 4.8. Right, move on to agenda item 8. Enabling Customer Services Directorate Area Performance Reporting. Our next report is the Enabling and Customer Services Directorate Performance Report. Do we have Lorna Meaden and Anne Rinaldi? There's Lorna on the screen. And we have Anne there, thank you, ladies, are on Teams to answer any member questions or address any member comments. Do you have anything to add or any sort of advice or anything to give here?
Thank you, Provost. If I can add just a few comments. We recognise that a lot of our business as a service relates to region-wide or council-wide matters. We had a really good discussion at Wigton Area Committee, if that's helpful to members, where members selected some projects that are council-wide, but we offered to provide specific information on the outcomes of those projects at a suitable committee for deeper dive with elected members in Wigton, and that was accepted and supported by members of Wigton. So that is available, similar to colleagues this morning already, is available to members as well. But we do recognise there are probably more limited areas of information for this service.
Thank you for that, Lorna. So I'll open it to members. We'll start with our success measures. Do we have any suggestions? Councillor Ferguson.
9 CD.
Thank you for that. Any other members? Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Provost. I've lost my place. Aye. 4 CD, new library members, children and adults.
Thank you for that. Councillor Campbell. Do we have any from FP or GHR? Councillor Campbell.
35 FP, number of successful interventions on tenancy evictions to prevent homelessness.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ferguson.
I'm wondering whether we could amalgamate 41 and 42 GHR. Number of people purchasing annual leave, which was an innovative thing at the time, and then number of people in flexible working arrangements. I mean, is it possible, Lorna, to actually do the two at once?
So that would be adding the two, or do you wonder if they're quite aligned? Can I ask you to come in there, Lorna?
Yes, through yourself, Provost. We could bring them both sets of information. At this point, it would be difficult to present that information on an area basis, but happy to present it to members council-wide, because we count the numbers rather than their locations, in terms of their home residence, which would be staff or where they're based, and similarly with flexible working arrangements. But we do have that information, so if the committee was interested in that, certainly can bring it forward, and not necessarily combining them, but we can bring them forward at the same time.
Thank you, Lorna. So we'll just add those two. So far we've got 4CD, 9CD, 35 FP and 41 and 42 GHR. Any members have anything else to add to that, or we'll move on to the projects? Right, move on to the projects. Do we have suggestions for projects? Councillor Dempster.
25 GHR, the current depopulation challenges and how we might address that, I think would be interesting, Provost.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, when I was chairman of this committee, the enabling one of the things that we got shown round was the libraries and archives. So I think the 14 CD, improved talent management for library, because there's a lot of staff in there who are actually moving up through the system and doing a good job. And I think that was something that would be very interesting. You know, there's a lot of archives and heritage stuff out there that would be worthwhile hearing from, and the work they do in the libraries is good as well.
Well, that's great, thank you. Any further? So we've got one CD and one GHR. Anything else? Councillor Hislop.
I've just noticed one that 32 GHR, review of taxi provision. As I was stumbling home the other night in Munches Street, somebody trying to get a taxi from Dumfries to Thornhill seems to be about impossible. Nobody wants to go out with the town boundaries, so something in there might be of interest to the committee.
I agree with that one, because I think there's less taxi provision. It may be something, if we drill down to that information, find out how we can, you know, improve that situation. So that says one GHR, well, two from GHR and one from CD. Anything else in advance? Is that us? Will we go to recommendation? Are we happy with that? How are we wishing to bring these forward then? The time scale, either for the next committee meeting or the further one. How are we doing these ones? Right. Tracy governs here as suggested. We do the two projects and the two success measures from GHR for the November, and all the other ones to the following March. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Provost, there's such a low number of things that we're taking forward. I'm just wondering, can it be done in one hour?
Lorna, do you want to come in on that?
Yes, Chair. So in terms of the projects, a number of these projects will not be complete to be able to give members information and the scrutiny that they're seeking. We're just confirming the completion dates for some of that, but members from our committee will know that the review of taxi provision is due at Service Committee in the new year. We're finalising that, so it would be probably appropriate to bring that information in its full context, and we would schedule that appropriately so that it was as soon as possible once that's complete. Similarly, on the population work, we are currently finalising some of that information with the commissioned researchers. So we would need to look at the completion of that work to bring it forward, but certainly we'd work with the governance team to make sure that's scheduled at the earliest possible opportunities.
So for those ones, you predict that the information would be best placed to bring forward to the March one, are you suggesting?
At this current stage, that would be my estimate around those projects.
So members, are we wishing to do the improve talent management for library and heritage services for the November and the other two for the March? So how does that work with the success measures, Tracy?
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. So you're looking to have the project for 14 CD brought to November meeting, and then everything else, the successes, the 2 for CD, 1 for FP, 2 for GHR, and the 2 projects for GHR coming to March next year.
Members happy with that? Okay. Thank you very much. So we'll move to recommendations. Members are asked to note the new arrangements for performance management by area committees set out in paragraph 4.1. 2. Agree a small number of success measures and projects from the Enabling and Customer Services Directorate as referenced in paragraphs 4.5 to 4.6. Do you want to detail them just for members again, Tracy?
So success measures are 4 CD, 9 CD, 35 FP, 41 GHR, 42 GHR, project 14 CD, 25 GHR, 32 GHR, and it's with CD 14 being brought to November and the rest for March. Thanks.
Thank you, Tracy. So, and we'll note that performance monitoring reports on the selected success measures and projects will be reported to this area committee on a 6-monthly basis as set out in paragraph 4.8. Now, before we move on to item 9, lunch is here, so I suggest we take a break. How long? Half an hour? So what time? What time have we got? 5:02, so 1:25. See you all then, members. Good afternoon, members. Tracy, can I ask if you check the sediment, make sure we've got everyone back in the room and virtual room?
Yes, thanks, Chair. We had a few members that left the meeting prior to the adjournment, so everybody is present back online. Thank you.
Thank you. So agenda item number 9 is Social Work Services Directorate. Performance reporting. Our next report is the Social Work Services Directorate Performance Report. Charles Rock. Hi, Charles. And do we have Rebecca Aldridge in the... No, just Charles. That's great. He's on Teams to answer any member questions or address any member comments. So do you have anything to add, Charles?
Yes, please, Provost. Just to highlight currently that our success measures and projects are reported as a sort of region through the Service Directorate. There are, if there's members that are kind of curious around areas of success that we currently report on, we can look within our management information systems to consider that at an area level. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Charles. So I'll open up to members to propose which of these actions or success measures that you'd like to look at in the coming year. So members. Councillor Beretti.
Thank you, Provost. I would say 8 and 9 from page 81 to start with.
Thank you, Councillor Beretti. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, sticking on the same theme, 11 AS homeless households who have been permanently rehoused as a percentage. I think that would be a good one.
Thank you for that. Any other suggestions, members? So will we move on to the projects then, if that's the only ones that we're coming up for with the measures? Councillor Hislop.
20 AS, its references Dumfries, so that's in Nithsdale, so we could maybe get something to do with that one.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Provost. 2 CFJ. We've always had an issue about children being placed out of region, and if there's a project to refresh that and have children live in ordinary houses, it'd be nice to learn how that is being developed.
So that's 2 CFJ. Okay. Councillor Slater, are you wishing to come in?
Oh, sorry. So it was one that was actually on page 82. It was 19 AS.
Repeat that, sorry, which one on page 82?
19 AS. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that us? Do we have anything else? So we have in this success measures, we have, is it 8 AS, 9 AS and 11 AS? Is that what you've got recorded, Tracy? Yeah. Oh, Charles, would you like to come in?
Yeah, through yourself, Provost, just to probably pick up on the sort of project referring to the kind of update on the new delivery model for residential children's house. It was just to highlight we can bring this to the area committee, but it would be a sort of region-wide sort of update that we would have. That's going to go through a lot of kind of scrutiny through the Service Directorate committee as well, but just to make sure that's meaningful in terms of the area needs, and that can be something we can consider offline on that. But in respect to, and that's similar, sorry, to 19 AS as well, in terms of that being a kind of region approach, but happy to present or provide further information. Thanks.
Thank you for that. But we will have, we're having a lot of this information brought to different committees, but I think this is for us to have a deeper dive into that, for that added extra information. But take your point on, Charles. Does anyone have anything else? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, it's the there, sorry. 13 AS, did somebody mention that? I don't think so. It's that development and introduction of the adult, child to adult transition for people, particularly people with complex needs.
That one in. Councillor Beretti.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I had it, I was looking at it, then my eyes went somewhere else. It's to do with, I can't remember which one it is, I think it's, yes, it's 9CFJ on page 81, and it's the service response to 10,000 voices. And given that we do have youth representatives, I think that would be something that would be practical.
Thank you, Councillor Beretti. Are we all done? Members need a little bit of time just to have a second look around them all. So we have 3 success measures and 5 projects. Now, how do we wish to bring these forward? Do we wish to bring them all forward for the November, or do we want to bring some forward to the March? I'll ask Charles if he can come in there to see about whether this is possible. Yeah, whether this is doable within the service. Sorry.
Yeah, some of these themes that our delivery of the children's new residential care model might be something that's continuing going. So I would probably suggest to really have the opportunity for that deep dive in kind of rich information progress probably around March. Some of these probably trying to get thematically trying to kind of bring it in terms of making and maximising the officers' inputs on the day, you know, to group them together. I think particularly around some of the complex care needs and some of the developments around adult services. That I think that should be appropriate for November time as a sort of projects update. So hopefully that makes sense. Just probably for the children families one to push that back to March.
Which reference was that, Charles? Sorry.
That is 2 CFG.
Thank you for that, Charles. We were all busy trying to look through them all to get one. So this is the only one that you reckon that we need that extra time to drill down for capacity-wise, or just for being able to assess the right information?
Trying to visualise it in terms of the timeline that we're going to be on, to be able to kind of present the bigger part of the journey for that sort of deep dive opportunity. I think from November we could bring update progress where we're at in the development of that work stream, but I think probably just to kind of get to maximise the opportunity to see what part, then I would suggest March.
Okay, thanks, Charles. I appreciate that added information. So how do members want to do this? We've had the suggestion from Charles, his internal knowledge and workings and how we'll get this information is the best, to put the 2 CFJ project to come back in March. All other, we have 8, 9, 10 AS of success measures and 9 CFJ, 13 AS, 19 AS and 20 AS as projects. I think we're taking that one away. The 2 CFJ, that was suggested, that was removed, wasn't it, or is it still there? Councillor Campbell?
No, I think it's still there. I think, picking up what Charles was saying, that to give them more time, the March would probably be more suitable, but he will give an update report. I think that's, if I'm picking them up right, I see I'm nodding on the screen. So, yeah, but if all the others, the 3 success measures and the projects, apart from that particular one, if they can be brought to November, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Campbell, and thank you for acknowledging that, Charles. So our members agreed that 9AS, 8AS, 9AS and 11AS in the success measures for November committee, and 9 CFJ, 13AS, 19AS and 20AS also for the November committee, and 2 CFJ in the successes and 2 CFJ in the projects to come back to the March committee. Members happy with that? That's great, thank you very much. So we'll move to the recommendations. Members are asked to, 1, note the new arrangements for performance management by area committees as set out in paragraph 4.1. 2, agree a small number of success measures and projects from the Social Work Services Directorate as referenced in paragraphs 4.5 to 4.6 and detailed in appendix. And I'm going to ask Tracy again, just for clarity, just to highlight those, mention those.
Next year, so for November, the success measures are 8 AS, 9 AS, 11 AS, and projects 8 CFJ, 13 AS, 19 AS and 20 AS, and for March committee it is success measure 2 CFJ and project 2 CFJ. Thanks.
Thank you, Tracy. And 3, note that performance monitoring reports on the selected success measures and projects will be reported to this area committee on a 6-monthly basis as set out in paragraph 4.8. So agenda item 10, Nithsdale Area Committee Programme of Community Engagement. Our next report is a community engagement, programme of community engagement from 25 to 26. Again, this is an outcome of the review of area committees and is a positive development which will allow us collectively to hear from the people who serve in a different way and complementing our individual arrangements and council-wide engagement. Kirsty Peden is in the hall to answer any member questions or address any member comments. Do you have anything to add, Kirsty?
Nothing to add, Provost.
Thank you. So I'll open the floor to members for any suggestions about engagement activities during the coming year. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Provost. In a strange way, it doesn't reflect, I don't think, what members were saying in this report. As far as I recall, we sort of looked at, and there seemed to be a sort of general consensus opinion that we could take the area committee to the communities on 1 or 2 occasions a year, because what we're doing is nothing other than what we've done before. We're asking folk to travel to Dumfries to attend an area committee. There's no change in the timetable, and so folk that work have no opportunity to be here. And the proposed sessions never have an open session. It's sort of targeted groups or organisations. And well, the hot potato this month has been the bus service. And it might not affect so many folk in Dumfries, but it certainly affects dramatically folk in my ward. So it's a change, and a change is always a positive thing. But it doesn't go far enough, I don't think, in addressing the real issues about how we go back to the people that, and it says in the paper here, the people we serve, because all we're doing is inviting targeted groups to, or presentations from them to come to us. We've no changed the fundamental principle of going meeting the folk. And I would be interested in other members' views, Provost, because at the end of the day, we can't expect folk to travel 30 and 40 miles in a working day to come to us just to listen to sessions. They really have to have the opportunity to express their views, and that's never offered on any of the proposed sessions to members of the general public. And to me, that's important. Thank you.
No, thanks for those comments, Jim. Do you have anything to add at all with that, Kirsty?
Thanks, Councillor Dempster, and I'm sure you'll be confident in that my view would be shared in that, and apologies if it's not clear, but 4.6 of the report is merely suggestions of how members might want to focus your community engagement, but that the format of that is very much in the hands of members. As too is the location and the time, and I think we've mentioned that we would anticipate these being meetings of the area committee in the evening, in locations for you to determine. So if that meant being out with Dumfries, as I know Nithsdale area committee has done in the past, then that would be entirely at your discretion.
Thank you, Kirsty. And I know in the last term, Locker Ward members and Nith Ward members, we actually run a question time at Dumfries High School, which was quite successful. So that's a good thing to get our young people to have their view. But I will add, we need to make sure it's the young people's views that are being presented.
Provost, if I could just come in, Wigton Area Committee went down a similar route. They chose to look at almost a question time exchange with young people in both the Douglas Stewart and in Stranraer Academy. That was 2 of the sessions they chose. As well as, if it's helpful just for members to know, they also chose a kind of place-based conversation with groups and organisations that were involved in place plans. And again, I think they chose Stranraer for that, but they were happy to look at other locations if that had worked well.
Thanks, Kirsty. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm all for that. Cast your mind back. We used to have items on the agenda at this committee when members of the public could actually speak and address. That's, for some reason or other, was taken off the table. But, so I'm all for, let's have some community engagements the way Jim's describing. But I also remember going all the way to Thornhill for 5 people to come to a public meeting. And there was something like 20 officers there, right? And 6 or 7 councillors. And seriously, they were outnumbered, you know. I think if I remember right, that was a budget meeting, Jim. You remember the one I'm talking about. And so I think we should do it whether there's an appetite from the public to have it. So I think the bit we need to do first is scope out from the public. What do you want to talk to us about? Right? And when, where, what type are we going to do that? Rather than just say now that we're going to end up going out into the community there, where we might actually pick the wrong location, we might pick the wrong subject, we might Jim, it was mentioned there about the buses. The buses had as big a problem in my ward as it had in yours, Jim, right? But the problem they had was that bus wasn't every 10 minutes, it's every 15 minutes, and that's a disaster, you know. So these things go right across all the wards, I would suggest. So I'm cautiously supporting, but let's make sure if we do it on a trial basis, if it doesn't work, then we review it. We don't just keep going time because we've made one decision. That would be my suggestion on it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ferguson. I think the suggestions here for a way forward are different kinds of community events, but the subject is a different matter. We can choose a subject by engaging with members of the public within our communities for that, but it's really just the way forward and how we engage with them on the particular subject that they perhaps are interested in.
Can I come back in, Provost, please? Because what would be the difference between that and a ward event? And I'm looking at Kirsty. I've had one ward event, and I was under the impression at first that it was councillors called a ward event, but apparently we only apply for a ward event, and it's then left to officers to decide whether it's competent to have one or not. That wasn't, I don't think, in the spirit in which that was put in place.
I think with the ward events as well, Councillor Ferguson, it's when there's a topical issue within your ward and then you'll request a ward event. I think what we have here is the opportunity to engage with the public, maybe not particularly because there's a specific issue, maybe there's a housing development or there's a buses issue or etc. There's a specific ward issue that you will hold an event so that the public can get responses from the councillors and officers on that particular subject. So I think this is just, we can still do that, and this can actually be another way of doing that as well, but it's just about coming up with ways of how we engage, but the subject matter is yet to be arrived at. Am I right, Kirsty? Is that?
Yes, Provost, and Councillor Ferguson, you're right in that ward events come from elected members or indeed members of the community who make a request. It goes through the process that is available on our website, and it is down to officers to agree whether that goes ahead. This report is asking members to consider, as part of the review of area committees, your approach to how you want to engage with the communities, and probably in place of what has been in the past, where we've had a variety of different approaches, whether it be public forum items, whether it be themed meetings, and we've tried various things over the years, and this is currently just as a bit of feedback from the latest review.
No, that's great, because the actual question time that I was talking about with Locker and Nith, that was actually a ward event that was brought by the members. So yes. So are you okay with that, Councillor Ferguson? That's all.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm getting at. We shouldn't have them for the sake of having them. We should have them because there's a specific issue. And it's a theme. It's something that's going on, whether it's a ward issue or whether it's a whole district issue or whether it's a council-wide issue, and we're looking for local responses. But there should be an issue that we're there to meet about, not just to have folk coming in to say hello.
No, absolutely. But I think that's the plan, and it's for us as local members to know what those ward issues would be. But thank you for that. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, I have sympathy with Councillor Dempster on this. But going back to the times when we used to travel up to Sanquhar, Kirkconnell, Thornhill, or some of the local halls round the lower Nithsdale area, the big issue you had was when you ended up in Kirkconnell, the 6 items on the agenda were for Dumfries, and when you ended up in the lower Nithsdale part, you could guarantee the first one was on Kirkconnell. Now, it happened just where you set the meeting. If you fix a meeting for Kirkconnell next week and there's a big issue in Dumfries that everybody wants to talk about, well, they feel that they've missed out on the opportunity and vice versa. Now, I personally like the Aunt Sally option, the question time, where folk get to throw things at you and you have to think on your feet. But I think you also need the ability to have some sort of structure. So whether it was a presentation to start with, I don't know if this is possible or not, but rather than having one venue, could we have a venue in every ward and linked together with technology that, if it works, you could have the meeting ran somewhere and members of the public, if they're in Kirkconnell or Sanquhar, can go to one of those venues. Somebody in Lochar would go to a Lochar ward, Abbey to an Abbey hall, etc. So that everybody, if they want to access something local, could come and then link into the main place where, if it's yourself at the Lochar event, would be chairing it, but all the other ones can come in and we can access everybody at the same time, because it's the one thing that will happen. You can guarantee, you set up a meeting for Dumfries, there's a big issue comes in Sanquhar and nobody can come down because the 246 doesn't run now after that, or else they can get here and there, but then it's the next morning before they can get back home. So I think we need some sort of way of enabling people to access the meetings from their own localities into a big sort of hub. Whether we can do that or not, I don't know.
So you're suggesting as well that we maybe choose one or two subjects, one or two of these bullet points in 4.6, but take each one round the different localities. So if you were doing like a presentation and question and answer session on a specific topic, say it was something in Sanquhar, then we would take that to Sanquhar, but we do a question and answer one in Dumfries and a question and answer one over, but like a couple of the bullet point items, but taking it round, take a little bit of a roadshow type thing round, but also give the ability for people to access it online as well.
Well, it was more down to the fact that currently we're sitting in this room and there's various members up there who are sitting at home. Is there any ability for, if members of the public wanted to attend, let's say, the library in Lochthorn, so that's where the Lochar event would happen, the Miners Institute in Kirkconnell, is that right? Because we've been there, that's where people from Sanquhar and Kirkconnell could attend and the councillors would be there with them, and then it's all linked in via Teams or something so that everybody's getting the same information. But if there's an issue that comes up, you know, because if you've got a question time and there's a big issue in Sanquhar and the meeting this month is in Dumfries, nobody can get down, oh well, 3 months later or whatever, because it's every quarter. Well, it's a waste of time talking about it now because you're 3 months down the line and it's not solved or the issues went away. So it's how you facilitate everybody to be able to attend remotely if required.
So I'll get this right this time. So maybe one event, but different localities, all being able to tune at the same time to be able to ask their questions on specific subjects. That's it. I'll go to you a minute, Jim, but I'll ask Kirsty, is that possible? Because then we would need lots of different sort of online facilities for that.
So members, I suppose I'm just reminding you that this is your opportunity to engage with and be engaged by the public. Obviously, officers will do whatever we can to make that, to facilitate that to happen, but it is not a meeting, a formal meeting of the area committee. So it's not as if there would be committee papers and that, you know, that kind of governance type of it. It would be much more flexible. And we would need to come up with a solution of how we can make, I mean, online Teams meetings, we do that for our engagement anyway. That is an option that we have that's at very low cost and is generally accessible by everybody who can access a device. And obviously we've got Wi-Fi enabled customer service centres, libraries, where we can make sure, as the members describing, you could join through that. So that the means of that is possible. You are asked for 3 or 4 ideas. That would be almost your 3 or 4, because I take it you'd be rolling your wards. The only thing I would remind folks is that it is Nithsdale Area Committee's engagement, and so there would be an assumption that all members joined all events. Otherwise, you're back to an earlier point where it becomes more of a ward event, and ward events are obviously a different style and approach where it's been identified locally that there's a specific issue in that ward.
I get that, but I think that was Ivor's point, Councillor Hislop's point, is that if it's not a ward event, it's an area event. So if we could put on an event where more people can access it, we've got physical buildings for people to be in, but they could have their members there, and they're also online ability, etc., just to make it accessible to as many people as possible, and not just in one locality, like several localities in the Nithsdale area, all at the same time with online. We can do it. We can do that, can't we, Kirsty?
We can facilitate it, Provost. It would be really helpful if you came up with what is it you want to talk about.
Yes, I think that's something. So this is what we have to do just now as well.
Ideally, you would be given as a steer on what is the kind of theme for the conversation, or what are subjects within the Nithsdale area that you think is something Nithsdale Area Committee want to talk about with the public.
So we would need to drill down on that just now, and not just pick the sort of the mediums of how we would engage with the public, but we have to pick the subject just now. Would that not be what Councillor Ferguson was saying, where we need to find out from the public what they need to talk about?
I absolutely agree with Councillor Ferguson in that you want to know. I suppose what I'm asking members is there any subjects that you know as a Nithsdale issue that people might want to be discussing with Nithsdale Area Committee, something that is within your delegation, something which is in your area of interest and remit to be having a conversation. I know we suggest, you know, a variety of different options at 4.6 in the report. If none of them, you know, are things that you think are relevant, then clearly alternatives would be considered.
Thanks, Kirsty. Councillor Dempster, you want in?
A wee history lesson, I'm sure some members will know. At one time, there was a Mid and Upper Nithsdale Area Committee, because the area is so large, the issues are completely separate, and it was appropriate that a Mid and Upper Nithsdale Area Committee existed. We have progressively over the years diluted things. We're centralising services, and in the happy old days, and you'll remember them to a degree, Kirsty. The area committee met. They dealt with local issues, and they had a public session at the end where members of the public, and you can see how many members of the public are here. The five Andy referred to is 500% better than we've got today, because people don't come, they're disillusioned by the business that we're dealing with. And I don't think we need an identified, it would be fine if there's a hot topic, by all means, discuss it. But it was about the business of the area being conducted within the communities, rather than just being part of a centralised arrangement where we met at 10:30. We couldn't have possibly have an area committee in Kirkconnell that's, well, this has gone for 3.5 hours already, we're only halfway through it, and members have to come home to Dumfries. So we need to fine-tune things, I understand that, but it's about going back to a degree to go into the communities, and if nobody chooses to come, it's not a big deal, because we're still conducting the business we should at a programmed time that's in the council diary, and it's an opportunity for folk to see us in their own locality, whether it's Lochthorn or Kirkconnell, doesn't matter, acting out our duty as councillors in an area where they can come and see if they want to. And it's just, I think we need to go back to old values, probably. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
I appreciate that little history lesson, Councillor Dempster, but we're not suggesting an area committee to be an area committee. This has to be a community event reaching out to the public in our area. So it's a bit different. It'll be topical, just one topic for these type of meetings, or two topics, whatever, just a small amount of topics. So it's just, Kirsty, you want to come in?
Provost, just to confirm, if Nithsdale Area Committee choose to have it as a free-for-all old public forum type item, absolutely at your discretion, we'll facilitate that. It's just that I'm suggesting Wigton's gone with a focused on a theme, but the option is there that if you would rather it was a open forum for any subject matter that comes forward, that's entirely up to you. I suppose I'm just reminding members that it is about engagement, and we'll take notes, but there won't be a formal minute of the committee.
Thank you. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It was just to say that Nithsdale had a meeting, award meeting recently. It was really well attended, but it was about a very specific subject. So myself and my colleagues asked for that meeting, and I say it was well attended, but there's always a risk when you call a meeting. You never actually know how many people is actually going to turn up. So in that case, it was very busy, but sometimes you can call a meeting and it can be rather quite quiet sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slater. I think that's where we need to be picking our subject correctly, so that there's more people within the community, the whole of the Nithsdale area, that it's going to be a subject that's going to be widely, the questions and answers widely, attended from our members. So, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. It's just that I hope we're not just here to have meetings for the sake of having a meeting that maybe we don't really need to have in the first place. We have our community councils, which we all attend, and that's where we pick up a lot of the stuff that's happening in our areas. We go to the PTA meetings, we know what's happening in our schools, and each one of us covers our own areas. On the 20th of September, there's a community council conference being held at the Bridge for community councils right through the areas, Dumfries and Galloway, and that's where they'll all come together. And if they want something brought to us, they will come to us, and that's our point of contact with the community. And if there is an issue, that's where we should be looking at, to then take up an issue that was really important, and then we can address it. But to try and find things that maybe we don't need to be discussing in the first place, we need to find out what people want to talk about. And I think through community councils and the PTAs, and the fact that the community councils are all holding a conference for people throughout Dumfries and Galloway, that's where we can tune in and find out what really is happening and what matters to the people, other than just having meetings for the sake, just making meetings to happen that maybe don't need to happen. Thank you.
No, that's great, Councillor Johnston. That's a very well made point, because we have all these other avenues to be able to engage with. But I think this is, for me, this feels like a award event type thing, but for regional, just for, so maybe it's about choosing something that doesn't have to be topical, that it's just about, so you want to come in, Kirsty?
Provost, we're going on the basis of the feedback that happened on the review of area committees. Other area committees may choose, Wigton Area Committee chose 6. They declined the option of the suggestion of 3 or 4 engagement opportunities and took 6. But that's the joy of having 4 area committees. If you feel that your area committee have already got alternative methods of engaging your community, then you don't have to agree 3 or 4 meetings. It is entirely within your gift in terms of how you want to proceed.
Thank you for that, Kirsty. Councillor Beretti.
Yes, thank you for all this. I agree with Councillor Dempster on a lot of what he said. Even if it is a history lesson, it is interesting. And it's also interesting from what Councillor Johnson has just said about this particular meeting that's at the Bridge. Now, I was looking at that and wondering whether or not councillors could go to it, but I can't see any means that you can go to it. And I don't know whether or not councillors could be represented at that meeting so that community council members could go and see it. Now, that meeting there, for instance, is if the success of that meeting will depend on whether or not people can actually manage to get there on the day if they're not working. And any other meeting, however it's organised, it is dependent on the time at which that meeting is organised. Quite frequently when I go up, and I imagine Jim's the same, when we try and do stuff in Ward 7, no one turns up. And even yesterday was a good example of that when I accompanied the Resilience and Community Service chap up to Moniaive and Tinrin. 2 people turned up, 1 at each. And the thing they talked about was potholes, roads and buses. That was it. So I do think there's work to be done. I agree that there needs to be elected member participation with officers in the various locations, but how that might actually look in the end will depend on who you want to turn up, because people who can go at 10 o'clock may not be able to go at 7 o'clock, and people who can go at who can't manage to go at 7 o'clock. There's just loads of different factors involved, I think, Chair. Provost, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Beretti. I don't think there's a question in there, but more of a sort of your input and how we're going along with these discussions. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I was going to suggest a theme, and that was how we look at community resilience in terms of all the various groups across the area who are involved in litter picks, public realm improvements, that kind of stuff. And let's get them all in the different ones there, and that's maybe a way of actually making sure we get in the first one we would get an audience, because if we invited all the different groups into one like that, and any members of the public who want to come, I'm sure we would get a fair representation, because I'm fairly certain that the very, very good group that looks after the flowers and that up in the top end, the area in Kirkconnell area, and the very good group at the bottom end, I'm sure the ones in the middle might actually benefit from some knowledge or exchange of knowledge. So I wouldn't suggest that if we're going to have an event like this, it's purely for us. I would suggest it's also for the groups and that, and the people come together could learn from it. So that was a thought, and be interesting as well, because I'm sure Abby could tell us how many people are actually watching live just now. Just to give us, in this,
I think, do you want to know how many is watching live, Councillor Ferguson? Abby can
it
give
would
us
be
that.
interesting, because I tell you why, there's a fair expense in putting all this together. So if the main committee like this, it'll give us an idea. If we were to have this type of support at these local groups, this is what it's going to cost, and for what sort of audience is it going to be. So it's great having ideas, but we also have to have ideas that are costed out.
Absolutely, and it's also, if it's an area topic, one would hope that there would be more attendance in something that it directly affects. This is a wide range of subjects we have in our papers, but if there was a specific thing, I would hope that we would be better attended than the numbers that Abby could give us for this.
Prof, just to also confirm for members that it's not, the meetings are not formal meetings of the area committee, and therefore the tech support will not be there. The support will be from the community planning engagement team. In the report, I suppose it does suggest that these meetings would be in person. I take that online attendance, and previous comment, Councillor Beretti, about the Community Council Conference, that will provide online and in person. So I do agree that it's better to be able to provide both, because you get a greater engagement. But I suppose the intention of the report is that these would be in person, although basic IT, like the Teams, can easily be facilitated by the team.
Thank you. So are you suggesting, Councillor Ferguson, that it would be like a presentation and question and answer session?
Well, absolutely, and I have some
About
of the council
resilience.
teams there who actually support the different groups, because there's no point just talking to councillors, but to have some of the ward workers there, some of the communities teams, some of the community assets teams, for example, depending on what it is, right, obviously. But if you're going to be looking at one about the weeds in the street and the litter and stuff like that, it would make sense for somebody for that team or one of those teams to be there, just to give a bit of expert advice if we needed it on the night.
Thank you for that. I'm assuming that we would have the same amount of officer support that we would if it was a ward event. Yeah. So you're suggesting a presentation, question and answer session in one locality, lots of localities of community regarding community resilience. Is it one locality where everyone can go in, like Councillor Hislop had suggested, or perhaps round the different areas of Nithsdale?
The community resilience one's quite an interesting one, isn't it? Because there's a team in the council who looks after resilience, but if we take it in the broadest sense of the word in resilience, we will take in safety, we take in all the different things. There's an issue we had earlier about people not feeling safe leaving in their area, right, for example. So there's a whole raft of different things could come in here. And I suppose that's probably, I would suggest, Kirsty's job to go away, look at the different things that we could put on and what we can put on in a timescale, because officers might not be available, for example, some groups might not be available. It's we're going to have to work around it, but others know, tell others when it's going to be. I think that's kind of what I'm getting at here.
No, thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I'm just asking to drill down in that so that Kirsty has an idea of exactly what we're asking officers to do. Are other members quite happy with that suggestion by Councillor Ferguson? No, you're not. It's a suggestion, it's not a guarantee just yet. Right. Okay, Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, thank you. I know what Councillor Maureen Johnson said about the fact that people use their community councils to get things done, but where you have no community council, so they're not able to go to that community council conference, the whole of the bit on the other side of the river, so Trequarry and Cargenbridge, has no community council, so there isn't a point of contact where we can actually even easily advertise that we're doing something. So just to be sure that what we do can include the whole community, including those that aren't already connected with a group of people that are wanting to get stuff done.
Thank you for that input, Councillor Lowe. Now, Councillor Dempster.
The approach, Provost, seems to have changed, because at the outset, the discussion and the consultation that we were all engaged in was about rotating the area committee. No creating themed events instead area committees. That's my understanding, and my suggestion was always that the area committee would rotate around the regions, and if we have 4 themed nights, look at the workload we have at present. That will double, because we'll be no meeting in the area committees, we'll be meeting in a themed session and leaving work to build up, and it'll become an issue for officers and members to deal with. What we should do is have a meeting, wherever it might be, of Nithsdale Area Committee, and have a public session, because I can tell you now, folk for Kirkconnell can't travel to Sankar after 5 o'clock at night to attend. It can't go anywhere, no buses. Folk with Sankar can't go to Kirkconnell at any time after 5 o'clock because there's no buses. And I could give you themes now: roads, buses, healthcare, burial. They're all major issues where Councillor Beretti, Councillor Wood and I represent, and that's only in the top corner. So I think the plan, because we would never give anyone a solution anyway at these themed meetings, no matter how much information we might share or how many questions we might get, we couldn't make a decision on that night. So what we should be doing is having our meeting, having a debate, public session, and promise to respond in due course with issues that are raised. And that's what I thought we were going towards, not moving towards Councillor Johnson talked about it, a meeting for the sake of a meeting because you have kind of a theme and nobody turn up. But if you've got a meeting to attend with agenda items to deal with, and that was the point I was trying to make, you've council business you're dealing with in the locations where these folk live, and they have the opportunity to come and watch councillors in action.
Thank you for that. This particular item, it says in-person community engagement sessions. It's not about our, and I know what you're saying, back when we had the seminar and we were working about where we're going to go with this. Your interpretation of that was that it was about moving the area committee meetings.
And that was also what I suggested, right?
Yeah, at the time, but this here is asking us about community engagement sessions for the year ahead, and just there's 22 people on the line watching us just now. I don't think that's going to go round about the whole session. You know, the whole area. There's 22 from the whole of Nithsdale. That's not area. You know, area committees moving for public. You know, I get what you're saying. I think that's a different thing. I'm going to bring Kirsty in because she'll have an understanding on what she's been tasked to look into here.
Thanks, Provost, and I appreciate the point that Councillor Dempster's making. However, the review of area committees did not, a result of the review of area committees was not to rotate area committees, and therefore the task that we have had as a result of that review is to look at community engagement, a programme of community engagement, and it is for each area committee to determine the arrangements that it sees fit for its area. So you can move the location of the community engagement area committee element absolutely to any area within the Nithsdale area, but not the actual area committee meeting itself.
Thanks for that, Kirsty. Well, for example, the question time that said that Nith and Locker had done maybe about 6 years ago, that in itself, if we did something like that around our local schools, our local high schools, to find out what our young people feel about their area and what the young people need to, want to engage with us about, but they're not going to do that within an area committee situation. So I'd be quite keen that we added that in to our meetings. Anyone have any thoughts on that one? Because I'd like to hear what our young people have to say.
Can I ask a question, Robert?
Certainly, Councillor Dempster.
Are these sessions intended to be in addition to the monthly area committee cycle?
These are not area committee meetings, though. These are just public engagement sessions.
So that's beyond, so still a monthly area or bi-monthly area committee meetings and public sessions?
Well, it's quarterly. They have them every 3 months this year. Yes, but it's a meeting to engage with the public on issues that affect the public, not business. We're not going to be conducting any business.
I know.
Yes, Councillor Ferguson.
I think what I was trying to get at earlier, we don't need to be prescriptive here. It's if and when issues arise, then we have these meetings. That's my point. And then we're guaranteed an audience, we're guaranteed a turnout, right? And it's about an issue that's actually a burning issue in that community at that time. And for me, we don't have them just for the sake of having them. We have them because the public they should be able to feed back in as ward councillors. Ward workers should feed back in from the organisations that they work with on a daily basis. That there's an issue about X, Y or Z. And then that's when we organise one. Because I don't think we need to be prescriptive here in how many per year or what it's going to be every second month or whatever.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Hislop, you were wanting in?
Chair, it was just on your suggestion. I think Councillor Dempster sort of gave us the idea why I was looking to go to various locations, because he says if you live in Kirkconnell after 5 o'clock you can't get to Sanker. So if we're having one in a school, it would be Sanker Academy, most likely as a secondary area. Well, the kids from Kirkconnell might be exempt from that because they can't get down. And likewise, if it was in Dumfries High School, there's no way you would get most of the kids from Upper Nithsdale down here. So that's why I was suggesting some way to spread it out so people can actually get access to these meetings.
No, absolutely. But perhaps if we did the school ones, we did that through the school time. Just a suggestion. But so I'm not sure how far we've come on this one. Are we agreeing to do any of these? Is there any specific that we want to do? I mean, I said I'd be quite keen to do the school ones, and Councillor Ferguson has suggested the presentation and question and answer sessions regarding community resilience. Councillor Hislop has requested that, or suggested that we do that so that we can have all areas at the same time with feed into online so everyone can participate. Probably that would be on specific issues that affects the whole of Nithsdale. But then that's what we're doing here, isn't it? Because we're not doing like ward events. Kirsty, do you want to come in?
We can use the methodology proposed by Councillor Hislop to cover the subject proposed by Councillor Ferguson, if that's of help. And equally, is it members' discretion? If members choose at your November area committee that suddenly there is an issue that you would like to engage your community on, then we will be able to respond. Don't feel if there's not consensus in terms of where you want to get to, that it's entirely at your discretion.
Thank you for that, Kirsty. I can imagine this will be like a moving feast, so it'll depend on issue by issue. But if we can incorporate all those, do members have any issue with the one that I suggested, the question time? So that reaches out to not only our communities, but just our young people, to find out what our young people, because I don't know about you, when it comes to community councils and all other meetings, we don't usually get a high youth attendance, and our youth are the next generation we're heading, you know, they're going to be taking on everything that we've left behind. It'd be really good to see what they need, what they would like to engage with us about, and what they feel is important for their future in this region, because we're always trying to retain our young people as well. So I'd like to suggest that one. Now, I don't know whether we do that in each separate high school. I would suggest that, but I mean, if we want to do just one where everyone's hooking in, I think that might be more difficult. Because as Councillor Dempster has stated earlier on, every single area is very different, especially the Mid and Upper Nithsdale is quite different from what the issues would be down in Dumfries or etc. So maybe working with the schools to see, and I think that would be a daytime on that one, working within just when the schools can accommodate, because obviously they have a curriculum to follow and they've got, you know, a very strong agenda. So anything else that members would like to add, or are we just sticking to those ones? Councillor Dempster.
Councillor Ferguson already said there are bus issues in Lochside. There's certainly bus issues in my ward. The trouble is, we don't control the budget. West Strands do that. There is healthcare issues, that's the IGB or the health board. We need to be careful if we're going to use topics that we do ones that we have some control over. If by hosting a public meeting that would initiate investment in buses, I'd absolutely want to see that tomorrow. And I think the other problem I've got is if you're going to go in every school and every community facility, that's from Wanlethead to Abbey, with a lot of venues, we'll never get rid of them in 10 years, never mind one.
Thank you for that, and you're right. But the first point, and the second point is maybe we go and attend the high schools that have shown an interest, because we put out to high schools, and there'll not be every high school that wants to accommodate this kind of thing, but there may be some.
Not be every member that
It would appear not, Councillor Dempster. So do we have anything else to add? I mean, you're right about specific issues that we can't do anything about, but at the same time, it's about engagement. It's not always about finding solutions. It's about finding out what affects our communities. And there is certain parts that we can do to assist, but also we can hand some of that information across to whatever that can assist with that. It's about engagement, not always about solutions. Oh,
it's all about solutions. Just hearing for somebody's no good.
Councillor Hislop.
Well, if we're doing the one about the buses, can we do it before we set the budget? Because actually we do set the budget and then give it to Swest Strands for them to spend the money. So if they want to put more money into Swest Strands, I suppose it's better to declare an interest, I'm on that. But that's the process that we need to put in our budgets at the council to give to Swest Strands so that they can use the money to spend as they see appropriate on additional bus routes.
It's no, the Scottish Government give the money to us to give to Swest Strands. And Swest Strands, and Councillor Campbell maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Swest Strands then draw the money down. We can't withhold it. We can give extra, but we can't withhold the budget. So we're only a vehicle for that funding. It's no ours to decide on.
Chair, my point was the additional funding, we can give extra, and if we want to do that, we have to put in our budget. So we need to have that information prior to February.
Okay, so maybe that's a topic that we would. That's a topic we would maybe, because it's quite hot potatoes at the moment, as we know. So, Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We're talking about getting people together and getting information out. But I sit on the new town board along with Maureen there. and they put a plan together, and last week they got a whole lot of people to help clean our town. It's made a marvellous difference to the town, but all these people came together because they asked them to, and I have to say they've made a great job, and hopefully they gave up their time, as I said. It's been a great success, and the town is basically looking a lot cleaner, but that's because they went out and they got people. And I know we're talking about getting all these different meetings and that, but in that time, these people will probably clean half the town. So really, it's something for the future. The town board is there. People can use and go and speak to them for their ideas for the future of the town. So it was just to say thank you to them as well for all the hard work they've done. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Slater, and that's great they're able to do that. But it does only service Dumfries Town, and we've got loads of other areas in the. But then maybe one of these meetings, the community resilience that Councillor Ferguson had brought up, could be regarding things like keeping our streets clean, etc., or helping. So yes. So do we have a settled some way forward? Do we know, Tracy, I'm sorry, have you noted anything?
Thanks, Chair. What I've got noted is members are interested in proceeding with the presentation question and answers on topics as and when they're identified, and a question time where there's no topic identified for secondary schools who are interested in participating. That's what I've got so far. I'm not sure if I've missed anything.
No, thank you for that. That's what was my understanding. Is that yours too, Kirsty?
Provost, I had the question time in schools for those that are interested, the presentation and topic being public realm / community resilience, and then a later suggestion of buses, but it would be helpful for area committee to prioritise for me where we want to start.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dempster.
I would have to say, Provost, that buses are a major issue right across the ward, and the public realm's fine, but it's not a topic of conversation in my area, certainly.
Can I come in? Actually, David just mentioned the success they've had in Dumfries Borough. We should be building in that, is what I'm saying. Take them out as an example of what you can do. So rather than sit in your house in wherever, Thornhill, Sanker, Moneyhive, and moan about the weeds at the side of the road, do what they did in the borough and out there and helped. With support of council teams, by the way. It wasn't just volunteers. So there were the street scene boys and women were out there at the same time. So it was a combined effort. It wasn't just volunteers. So you're right, but the bus issue is nearing its end, so they'll get things sorted. They're still obviously working things out, right? But the issue of perennial weeds and litter and stuff like that is a long, ongoing one over many years. And when we've got an area of the district that's actually really mucked in and got stuck in, we should be using that as an example across the rest of the region. And actually take some of the folk up for Dumfries who helped, and just when we've got the public meeting and we've got them in the room, just how they contributed and how the volunteers willingly came out and did it. But there's buses problems, yes, but they're not the entire bus route. It's isolated now routes that are a problem, rather than a whole region-wide issue.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I see Councillor Dempster.
I was just to say, Kirkconnell win awards year in, year out, local, regional and national, on civic pride and the work they do. So it's no unique to the borough. In fact, Brighten Up Sanka, the Thornhill community group, they all do a fantastic job. And I wouldn't dream of criticising anybody. They do a wonderful job. But when there's what we call a hot issue or a burning issue, we should be looking at that. And I understand what Andy, Councillor Ferguson is saying, and he's right. We should celebrate success. But for an issue, And Councillor Ferguson's already said there's an issue in Lochside, there's an issue in Kirkconnell. For me, that is a regional issue, and it's something we should be looking at as a matter of urgency.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. So you want back in, Councillor Ferguson? No, it's not. So what's the consensus here? What is, we've agreed our actual way forward with the suggestions for events, but topic-wise, Kirsty needs to know where to go back to the team to work on what the actual first topic is. Now we've got the community resilience, or we've got buses. Where are we going first?
Sure.
To be honest, I think they're both very, very, you know, they're obviously very emotive subjects, but they're also very important subjects within the communities. It's really hard to, it's like choosing your favourite child when it comes, so it's really difficult to choose, I can imagine. But as Councillor Ferguson said, the buses situation, we are getting, they're ongoing, and we are getting to the end of a solution for that. If we open that up just now, I mean, if we have this in a couple of months' time, this first meeting, and the buses solution could be already sorted, and we're just opening up a community meeting for something that we are almost at the end of. Whereas, as Councillor Ferguson said, the whole other thing about the resilience is ongoing constantly. You want in, Councillor Dempster?
Just to say that, and I know Andy wasn't being particularly specific, but he talked about weeds. That's all by. The growing season's past. By the time we get to November for discussion, there'll be any flowers, there'll be any weeds needing dealt with. That's a spring job, and that's an area when you get involved. And they've still got litter and whatever, but if the bus, you can have them both in the same agenda, and if one of them's resolved or has a lesser impact as far as the people attending the event are concerned, then that will sort itself on the evening.
We won't have as many weeds, but we do have leaves, and we do have litter, and we have all sorts of debris that's still got. And it's not just about that. Anyway, I'm not picking a side. I'm not picking a favourite child. I surely am. But we do need to come to some arrangement, and not just a back and forward about one over the other, because they're both very important. So we need to come to an agreement within the committee of where are we starting, so that Kirsty can get away and get this started. Kirsty, do you want to comment?
Provost, if it might help, and certainly from an operational perspective, given that internally we would be able to deliver you an event around the public realm quicker, because it's officers within, you know, my own team and colleagues in community assets and resilience that I imagine would be supporting it. Obviously, we'd be able to encourage all community groups and organisations that would be involved, and we'd have to communicate with them. But that, I think that might be more prompt, given that the scale of the bus issue at the moment is probably still being dealt with by colleagues that are and often out with the council, and therefore that might be more challenging for us just to get that quick event planned before the end of the year.
Well, that's good added information, so that hopefully should help members. So are we going with that? Councillor Slater, are you wanting in?
Yes, Chair. It was just to say about the weed situation. It's actually changed slightly because weeds are still growing into their Christmas. And in fact, some of the weeds are still growing through in our drains in the middle of the town centre all year. So I just thought I'd point that out. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Slater. I think we established it's not just about weeds, though, but then I know what you're saying, though. Councillor Dempster.
A weed ground at the same drain for 5 years in succession, so you probably know, along with town centres and roads department, no dealing with issues timiously. I'm happy if it's got to be a month. I don't like this suggestion that it's nearly sorted, because as far as I'm concerned, there's no evidence that the misses, the reduced, there's no evidence that's going to be sorted, especially as Councillor Hislop asserts the budget's already set until next year and can it be changed. But anyway, if it has to be that we deal with one, then we should have 2 consecutive monthly meetings that will deal with the community resilience in the first November meeting, followed by a buses meeting in December. And if it's resolved, as everybody seems to think, we can abandon it.
I don't think there's ever any indication we're going to abandon it, Councillor Dempster. Don't worry about that. It's always going to be something we'll be working on. It was just a suggestion that that's currently being worked on to get the right thing not completely finished. So don't worry about that. But if we, can I ask Kirsty, if we're doing one in, say, November for the resilience, would one in December be too soon for the team's capacity?
I think certainly December's a month we try to avoid for any. I mean, it's challenging enough for colleagues in terms of we always do the budget, as members know, around October, November. So to be honest, we need to be mindful of just communities that, you know, the time that they're given up to contribute to these things. I think if you leave that with us, it would be easier to be flexible. We'll try and tie it in with the budget engagement programme, which will also be out end of October, November, and just mindful that members' comments have been that we want these to be, you know, good opportunities for members of the public to engage with elected members. So it may be that it does need to fall into the earlier in the new year, but what I do think is we want to be avoiding December certainly. So I would be saying it's either before the budget conversations or indeed into the new year where some of these take place. If they're aimed at the community and evening, we could probably prioritise the youth work, young people in schools ones, you know, maybe a bit easier and earlier.
Thanks for that, Kirsty. Is it okay with that, Councillor Dempster? No.
If elected members want an event to happen, they should say that. And then officers should be tasked to bring that event to a conclusion, to a date as soon as practical. And into the new year is no use when currently there are folk that they're trapped at home at night and weekends, can't go to their work, kids can't get out, a young Scott garden can't get onto a bus after 5 o'clock, can't get a bus at all on a Sunday. It's just not acceptable, and I think just to sort of kick it into the long grass, I know that's not what Kirsty is saying, but we need to have a definite date for something like that, probably, because it's important to the people right across the region.
Yes, Councillor Ferguson.
There's a report coming to the next E&I committee. I believe there's a report coming to September, Swestrands Board. So is that quick enough for you, Jim?
As long as it's a solution, absolutely, aye.
Yeah, it's not, these community events are speaking with the community. They're not stopping at any ongoing work to form solutions in the areas where we need them. So that's not stopping. So we've come to a consensus then. Okay, I'll go to recommendations. Okay. So we have members will note options and suggestions for an annual community engagement programme for Nithsdale Area Committee as detailed in paragraph 4.6. Agree a proposed programme of 3 or 4 in-person community engagement sessions for Nithsdale Area Committee, and I think we arrived at 2 particular, not the 6 from the the 2 particular, so each are detailed in paragraph 4.6, and agree stakeholders area of work or topics for 3 or 4 in-person community engagement sessions as detailed in paragraph 4.6. Again, we chose a couple. So move on to the next. Agenda item 11, Nithsdale Area Committee tackling poverty and inequalities fund allocations. This report outlines the process agreed by this committee in May, including the priority focus for this fund, the criteria for applicants and the scoring framework for assessment. I'd like to place on record our thanks to the scoring panel for undertaking the assessments on our behalf and presenting recommendations based on our agreed criteria for member consideration today. In particular to partners in NHS, Third Sector D&G volunteers from Tackling Poverty Reference Group, representatives from Youth Council and Council officers. As detailed at 4.2, within the report, the budget available for allocation is 64,544, and we've been asked to consider the grant recommendations. Derek Hextall is available on Teams to assist with any member queries. Do you have anything to add to the report, Derek?
Hey, good afternoon, members. Nothing to add, Chair. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Derek. So I'll open to member discussion. Councillor Lowe.
Thank Thank you, Provost. I suspect it's just a technicality, but on page 88, it mentions that 7 applications were withdrawn as they did not meet the criteria. So is that because what the project was going to do didn't meet the actual purpose of the fund? Because I noticed on page 128 for the Wheatley Foundation, the recommendation was it couldn't be funded because it wasn't a match funding. So is it just a case that the projects were scrutinised that, yes, this is suitable, and then when it got to the detail of the Wheatley Foundation one, they found that it didn't have the right criteria to give any funding? Is it just that difference?
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Over to you, Derek.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks, Councillor Lowe. Yes, absolutely. The one you're referring to there, Wheatley Foundation and Early Years Scotland, both of which were deemed ineligible at the scoring panel meeting. It wasn't picked up in the earlier check, so it was deemed as part of the consideration for those 2 projects that actually the applications didn't meet the eligibility criteria. For the 7 that's mentioned in section 4.8 of the report, 3 of them were requesting more than 50% of the core running costs, which is an ineligibility criteria for the Nithsdale Area Committee. And through discussions with the applicants, it was unfortunately they were unable to reduce that to make their application ineligible. So they withdrew. 2 applications actually resubmitted and have been recommended for an award through their second application. One was an ineligible applicant. So they were actually a business instead of a third sector organisation. And one was an ineligible project, so it didn't actually meet any of the area committee priorities. So hopefully that's helpful background, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Derek. Are you happy with that response, Councillor Lowe?
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Councillor Hislop.
Just a wee bit of clarification under point 4.11 on page 89. Offers of grant are issued based on the requirements to deliver the project as outlined within the application form and is based on percentage of total project cost. Does that mean if they don't get the full amount and they say they're going to deliver 100 units, but they've had a 10% reduction because of what we can offer them, because some of them are on 75%, would we expect 90 units, or do we still expect the 100 units that they said they were going to deliver as per the form?
Over to you, Derek.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks, Councillor Hislop. The starting point, Councillor Hislop, would be that we would expect the application to be delivered in full because we've scored it based on the content of the application, and part of that is around the match funding, and therefore we are recommending a 75% contribution based on the totality of their application. So we would expect them to find an additional 25%. However, if during those discussions an applicant suggests that they could deliver the same outcomes on a reduced, have those discussions with them. But the starting point, the expectation is that we would expect them to realise their full budget.
You okay with that, Councillor Hislop? Thank you. Any other member questions? Right, we'll go to recommendations. Member asked to note that there is 64,554 available for Nithsdale Area Committee Tackling Poverty and Inequalities Fund 2025-26 as outlined in paragraph 4.2. 2. Consider the application summaries and scoring panels recommendations as set out in Appendix 2 and detailed in paragraph 4.9 and Table 1. And 3. Agree awards to be made as appropriate. So move on to item 12. Nithsdale Area Committee Discretionary Grant 2025-26 Dumfries Gifford Twinning. Our next report asks us to consider how to use the funds allocated to the Dumfries Gifford Twinning. Members will recall that in May this committee agreed a budget of £5,000 to support Dumfries Gifford Twinning. This report invites members to consider how best to allocate this funding, allowing the application period, which resulted in no viable expressions of interest being received. So Derek, again in teams, before I open up to member discussion, do you have anything to add to the report?
No, nothing further to add, Provost.
Thank you. Members have any questions or comments? Councillor Hislop.
Chair, if you're looking for an option, I would go option A, reopen for expressions of interest. If nothing comes of it this year, then we can reconsider it in next year's allocation process.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. Yes, Councillor Slater?
I would agree with that, yes.
Are anyone otherwise minded? So, Derek, we're looking at option A to reopen for expressions of interest. Is that okay? Just see if you have anything else to add, if you've got any advice on that, or that's quite acceptable.
Yeah, happy to do that, Provost, to rerun it just as we did before to see if that brings any other interest. Clearly, we did have an expression of interest submitted, and there were a number of proposals within that, so there may be potential that some of those individual elements may submit an expression of interest now without, for giving them a bit longer to submit. So happy to do that if that's the decision of the committee.
That's great, thank you, Derek. So we'll move to recommendations. Members are asked to, 1, note the budget available to support the Dumfries Gifford Twinning Area Committee priority is £5,000. Note that no viable expressions of interest were received for the delivery of the Dumfries Gifford Twinning Area Committee priority, and agree how the funding should be allocated and consider the options outlined in paragraph 6, and we went with option A. Thank you,
Chair,
Derek.
can I just double check? I think did we go with option A, and if no viable expressions of interest are received, we are agreeing to close the fund and carry it forward to next year? Is that what Councillor Hislop suggested?
Is that what you're suggesting, Councillor Hislop?
It was a case of nothing comes in. I don't know how long you're planning on keeping it open for, but was that in there? It just says reopen expressions of interest. So at the end of the year, if nothing's come in, then I think we have to reassess whether it's something that the public in Dumfries want to actually take up as an option. And if not, we might have to consider the funding for it.
Is that okay, Derek? It's just to go with reopening the expression of interest, and I don't know how long. Is there a time scale? What was the original time scale?
You're tested me, Provost. I think it was 3 weeks previously. So maybe run it a bit longer.
I think we all run it. Do we run it open-ended? Councillor Hislop, is that what you're suggesting? Until the money's used up? If we can.
I would think so, yeah.
Is that acceptable, Derek? Can we run that, or do we? Is our criteria? Does it have like a time scale window?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Thanks, Councillor Hislop. So I think you're talking yourself round to potentially option B. Option A is running the expression of interest, which is in effect an application process. So we would need to set a deadline so that we then assess applications that are submitted. Given the strategic framework set by Education, Skills, Community Wellbeing, we would only be looking for one viable partner to deliver this priority area. If one or more applications are submitted, then it would come back to this committee to determine which one is delivered.
I'm looking online actually at availability for the
Councillor Blake here. Oh, there, he's had some off. So, if we reopened expression of interest, what is the time scale? You're saying about 3 weeks. Can we extend that to a little bit longer?
Yeah, absolutely. We can extend it to a longer a longer period to allow people more opportunity, but we wouldn't assess them until the deadline, and then we would assess all expressions of interest together. So it was just when Councillor Hislop mentioned there about once or yourself, Provost, around, once all the funds are allocated, we would then close. But it's for option A, we are looking at running the expression of interest process, not the small grant scheme.
Thank you, Derek. So, Ivor, what's your...
Chair, I think I'm getting confused. I take it that means we're actually looking for somebody to administer a fund of the £5,000 if I go for the option A, whereas option B is if somebody applies for money to go to Gifhorn, we would run it. Is that... Well, if that's the case, I would go for B. That's what I thought we were doing, but I've maybe misunderstood that.
No, that's okay, Councillor Hislop. So we're going with B now. So that's good to get. Thank you for coming back in, Derek, because we would have went with the wrong one because we were all under the wrong impression, I think. So is everyone okay with that? You okay?
Yeah, happy to support that, Provost.
Right, well, we go back to that. We've gone with option B. So thank you,
Thanks,
Derek.
members. Thanks, Provost.
Right, we go to agenda item 13, local place plan update and registrations report by interim head of economy and environment. Our next report is the consideration of a local place plan for New Abbey. Shona McCoy is on Teams to answer any questions or address any member concerns. Hello, Shona, do you have anything to add to the report?
No, thanks, Provost. Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll open it up to members. Any questions or comments? Councillor Lowe.
Just to say, to commend this as a piece of work, very often our rural communities really pull together when something like this happens. It's an excellent report. It was something that will sit on my shelf since this is in my particular ward. Particularly like the engagement with the school and how the community works with the school. So it would be great if all our communities could be coming up with something like this. But just to thank the community and the officers for their time in putting it together.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. I'm sure your sentiments are much appreciated by the team. Any questions? Councillor Hislop.
Possibly. Just a bit of information. I might have missed this. What's the sort of timescales for preparing these to have impact on the upcoming local development plan? Have they to be finished by a certain time to feed into the process?
Shona, can you answer that?
Yeah, thanks, Provost, and thanks, Councillor Hislop. Yeah, we've been advising our community groups that are in the process of preparing a local place plan that should they want the LDP to take it into account, they should be registered or at a point where they can be registered by the end of January next year. Should that change, we're in constant communication with all the groups anyway, so that's our current deadline.
Thank you. You want to come back in, Councillor Hislop?
So does registered mean to say they're wanting to do one, or is registered as in it's delivered and here it is?
Do you want to come in, Shona?
Yeah, sure. Registered is like the version of the plan you have in front of you today. The first stage in the process was the expression of interest, which a lot of community groups have done across the region, but registration is the final point in the journey.
Thank you for that. You okay with that, Councillor Hislop? Any other questions? No, we just move to recommendations. Members are asked to note the New Abbey Local Place Plan Supporting Statement Appendix 1 demonstrates that the local place plan legislative requirements have been met, and 2, agree that the New Abbey Local Place Plan Appendix 2 is registered by the Council as Local Place Plan and is added to the Local Place Plan Register on the Council's web page, and note the progress being made by the community bodies in the Nithsdale area who have expressed an interest in preparing a local place plan set out in paragraphs 4.9 and 4.10. So, move on to agenda item 14, Dumfries Housing Market Area This report considers the housing market area identification process and provides an update regarding housing delivery in Nithsdale. Jamie Little is on Teams to answer any member questions or address any member comments. Good afternoon, Jamie. Do you have anything to add?
Thanks, Provost. No, nothing further to add to the report at this stage.
Thank you, Jamie. Do members have any questions or comments? Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, thanks, Chair. And it's, well, it's on page 204, the second project, Queen's Road in Sanka. I declared an interest in this because of a local circumstance, so I'm quite happy to talk about this because I would never sit on a planning application to determine that the outcome of an application on this site. But I remember members, in fact I think Councillor Campbell came to Sanka to a site visit in relation to the previous planning application and submitted in 2019 or 2020, and it was refused. Nothing to do with development housing, nothing to do with the housing, it was all about the access road. And I know in conversation with the council officers that matter has been resolved, and if an application were to come back in, the council roads officers are quite satisfied they'd be able to offer their support. The issue I have with this is, and Sean Marshall raised this issue at full council I think last week, it seems to be the reluctance of developers to complete projects that have been in the strategic and housing investment plan for a very long time. You can see they've owned, Cunningham Housing have owned this site to 2019, since 2019. It's now 2025, nearly 2026, and there's been no attempt made to come back with a revised application. There's reference in Jamie's report, which is accurate, about their concern about the justification of the development, but that's only because the methodology that was employed by Homes for D&G has changed, and we no longer hold a housing allocations list, and it's a bidding process when a house becomes available for rent. So I am concerned, and I think as a council we should be inviting these organisations that have been land banking, for a better word, for a considerable length of time, to meet with us to see how we can take these projects forward. The fact that Cunningham Housing own this land means that no one else can develop it. Because they're allocated sites, it means that no one else can come forward with a plan to bring social housing because the allocation has been satisfied with the information that we have on the Cunningham Housing Development. There's a real issue here, and it's one that I would want us to resolve, even if it means refusing to accept new applications to the SHIP until all these developers have developed the sites that they said they wanted to develop as far back as 2019. There is a reference to partner agency, and that's where I made a statement of connection earlier on. Sanker Enterprise Company have been keen to work with Cunningham to bring about a development that would include local housing managed by a local group, and I'm chairman of the Sanker Enterprise Company, so that's why I made a statement of connection. But nothing to prevent me discussing this. And I'd be keen to see what suggestion Jamie can come forward, and it might not be for this committee, and I'm happy to take a motion to full council to somehow progress discussions with social landlords on how we can deliver what the council have identified in partnership with them as strategic projects for Dumfries and Galloway. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Dempster. I'll hand it over to you, Jamie, for any answers to that.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Thanks, Councillor Dempster, for the queries on, in particular, Queen's Road. And I maybe just try and focus on a few of the points you've raised there. In terms of refusal of any further sites being included in the Strategic Housing Investment Plan, while I can completely understand the sentiment of that proposal, I would highlight that in the Council's declaration of a housing emergency back in June 2024 and development of a subsequent action plan, we have committed to support the delivery of more homes across the region, and it is imperative that we utilise the Strategic Housing Investment Plan in the best way to support that. Another point to raise on excuse me, on delivery of affordable housing that members may not yet be aware of because we haven't had a chance to highlight this to committee, but it will be highlighted to the Tackling Poverty, Inequalities and Housing Subcommittee meeting in October, is that the Scottish Government have just published a housing emergency action plan of their own. And one of the commitments within that is a commitment to deliver £4.9 billion over the next 4 years to support the delivery of the affordable housing supply programmes across Scotland, which is an increase from the last 5 years of a commitment to deliver £3.6 billion. So there continue to be opportunities to support the delivery of affordable housing, and as Councillor Dempster has been heavily involved in these discussions through both his role as a local representative and as a member of the Sanker Enterprise Company, we have been working very hard with the local community and with Cunningham House Association to try and identify ways to progress this project, including a specific demand assessment for the area, promotion of the demand information, and a request to local residents to register their interest in the potential for future affordable housing in the area. I'm more than happy to pick up a decision from this committee that we take forward an action to put in place a further meeting with the relevant colleagues around this particular site. And if guided by this committee, that is something we can look to extend out to have a discussion just generally with registered social landlords about the viability of all future sites within the Strategic Housing Investment Plan.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks, Jamie, for your response. I really welcome that, especially given that we now have a declared housing emergency, and Cunningham Housing on land have already submitted plans, so there is clear evidence that they were intending to develop the site, and I would very much hope that members would approve the proposal that Jamie has made, that we instruct him to convene a meeting with Cunningham Housing and either report back to the next Nithsdale Area Committee or share that information with elected members, and if we are able to convene a meeting, local elected members, Ward 7 members, we can convene a meeting in the interim, that would be useful. But certainly I would hope members would instruct Jamie to progress discussions with Cunningham Housing with a view to bringing forward a solution to our housing emergency using land that they have bought with public funds with the purpose of introducing social housing on that site. So thanks, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. Do any members have any comment on Councillor Dempster's suggestion? Councillor Campbell.
No comment on his suggestion, but Jim just kind of reminded me, I can remember also during last term a planning application came in from Lordburn Housing. They had an area between Brooms Road and Annan Road, and again that's never been developed, so there seems to be a kind of theme there. I'm not sure if that used to be in the plan, Jamie, but it sort of kind of jogged my memory because that was for social housing as well. I don't know if you can help out.
That's Councillor Campbell. Can you comment on that, Jamie?
Yes, I can, yeah. So the site at Brooms Road, Annan Road that Lawburn took forward is a heavily contaminated site. The ground used to be a Scottish Power depot for their vehicles, so there's been significant fuel into the ground there. And fortunately, the site's not causing any significant problems into the wider area. It's not impacting on the environment locally, but the clean-up costs at that site were certainly inhibitive of Lawburn moving forward with that development at the time. Since then, as members will be aware, Loban have taken a position that they're no longer able to take forward any developments. So we are working very closely to try and identify other delivery options for all the sites that Loban had previously proposed within the Strategic Housing Investment Plan. We do unfortunately expect that not all these will be deliverable, and there will have to be some member consideration of the deliverability of the Strategic Housing Investment Plan projects going forward, and we'll certainly report that back to Economy and Infrastructure Committee, looking for members' agreement to anything that needs to be removed, should that be submitted by the written social landlords to the council.
You happy with that, Councillor Campbell?
Yeah, thanks for that.
Thank you for that, Jamie. Any other comments on this piece of work? Okay, members, I'll go to recommendations.
No, Provis has got a lead with it, and your recommendation is fine.
I'll just put it forward as an action, if that's okay.
As long as we a response from aye, back to committee chair, aye.
Thank you. So members are asked to note 1, the additional information provided regarding the housing market area identification process is detailed in section 4.1, and 2, the update regarding housing delivery in the Nithsdale area as detailed in section 4.3. And we have noted an action that was suggested by Councillor Dempster and members have agreed to, and that was to Tracy.
Thanks, Chair. So Jamie had advised that he could contact Cunningham and arrange a meeting to try and make progress with the development in Sanker, and would provide updates to members and bring a report back to a future meeting if required. Is that correct, Jamie, I think?
Nods all around. That's great. Thank you. Over to agenda item 15, development of the regional parking strategy delivery plan in Nithsdale. Our next report is the regional parking strategy delivery plan for Nithsdale. This is a complex and long-running issue, and we're very much welcome the opportunity to discuss this today. Ailsa Hammond is on Teams to answer any member questions or address any member comments. Do you have anything to add, Ailsa?
No, not at the moment. Thank you, Robust.
Thank you. Open to members. Any questions or comments? Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 223, where it's showing parking zones. Now, there's a large part here which is our Green Sands, which is a beautiful area, and that appears to be going to be a large car park. The roads round about here are full already, very, very busy, and Castle Street is full of cars. George Street is only basically one way, and this is to be a car park on a floodplain by the looks of things. So maybe they could answer that. That would be great. Thank you.
Councillor Slater, that was an agreement that's been done at previous. So Ailsa can answer. I'm not assuming she can answer some things. We've got Karen Brownlee in actually, because this is going to be. It's been an agreement, so we can't go back in it and ask questions to stop it. But I think Karen maybe wants to come in and say something. Am I right?
Yes, good afternoon, members. Thanks very much, and through yourself, Provost. So just to confirm, what Councillor Slater is referring to is part of the wider White Sands project, and that will be reported to members at full council in December. But that, as you have said, Provost, that was a previous agreement, so that can't be gone back on. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other members have any questions? Councillor Dempster.
It's on, excuse me, Provost, page 231, and it's 5.4 wayfinding and signage, and I see that that's been done in stages. I just wonder if there's any kind of indication what the timeline might be, because signage is important, obviously, especially when you're using car parks. And the one issue I have, and I don't know if that's been addressed or no, is that there are a number of now what we would call touring motorhomes, and instead of going to local facilities and paying a fee, they're parking out of town locations that council own car parks. And I wonder if there's a way we can either restrict that by legislation or apply a fee. And it's not normally in town centres, but on council-owned car parks in the peripheral towns and villages. So 2 questions. Timeline for wayfinding and signage, and can we address the motorhome issue?
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. Ailsa, I think probably the first question you'll be able to do. I'm not sure about the second, but...
The first question regarding the signs for the car parks and the car parking, we are reviewing the TROs at the moment for the area with regard to us going through the DPE application process. So the timescales will be in accordance along the lines as we do the TROs, to make sure that when this comes into force, that the signs and the lines match everything and it can be enforceable then. They're also working on the parking places order, which covers the council car parks at the moment, which will have like certain limitations put on car parks about overnight stays and things like that as well. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Provost. Happy with that.
Thanks, Councillor Dempster. Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Provost. When you read through the SISTRA report, the delivery plan, now, to me, delivery is you deliver the strategy, whereas a lot of these actions in here are actually asking us to commission work to actually inform the strategy. Is this a delivery plan, or is it a delivery plan prior to actually deciding what we're going to do? Because commission a car parking capacity and phasing study for Dumfries Town Centre. Now, surely that would have been done to inform the strategy. And if it's not, why wasn't it done? It seems to be putting the cart before the horse. And another thing is, 2 or 3 years' time, it might all change because we have the White Sands Bund. Don't want to mention it, but that's a possibility. That'll take cars away from there, and then we need to change it again. Now, is this actually able to deliver something, or is it just more money? You know, when you actually read through it, we need to do this, we need to do that, and are we going to end up having to pay more money to SISTRA to do more studies to then inform the delivery of the delivery plan?
No, thank you for that, Councillor Hislop. Ailsa, can you address any of those points?
The delivery plan, which has been done by SISTRA, maybe James can help me on this one, but this has already been done from the regional parking strategy, and the delivery plan that we've got here has been taken from the findings from the regional parking strategy that was done in 2023, 24.
Yeah, should I just come in?
So what are the actions then? If the action for the delivery plan, to me, an action in a delivery plan is what I'm going to do. This is saying I'm going to commission a study to inform what I'm going to do. That doesn't seem to be the proper way of doing things. If I'm a businessman, I decide I'm going to build a shed. I don't say, right, I'm going to build a shed, then I'm going to work out if I actually need that shed. I work out before I go to the thing, do I need the shed?
I think James is going to come in now to add a few points.
Yeah, so it's kind of just, I guess, reinforcing what Councillor Hislop said there. So that, and what Ailsa has said, to inform the original regional parking strategy that went to committee back in the back end of 2023, a series of occupancy studies were done across Dumfries and across the region as a whole. That obviously is a picture in time of the parking occupancy at that moment in time. I think recognising, as you say, that there were a number of projects that may or may not come forward, the White Sands being one of them. The recommendations there are to, as you say, consider in a few years' time that there will be changes to the parking offer within Dumfries and within the area in general. and as more development comes forward, there may be more parking demand, and there may be more demand for other car parks to come out. And it's saying as further works are being considered, or further loss of parking or changes to parking are being considered, it should be encapsulated within the parking picture at that moment in time. It's not necessarily saying it should be done now, it's just recognising it. So it's giving a clear line in the sand that that is work that would be needed. It shouldn't just be developers looking to take away X car park or X number of spaces, go ahead and do it. It needs to be within the wider context of the town centre. But as you say, that data was collected to inform the strategy and the recommendations of the strategy as a result of that data.
Thank you, James. Does that clarify anything, Councillor Hislop?
Well, it makes it as clear as mud. You know, we're implementing a plan to look at implementing something in the future. And we know 2 or 3 things that are actually coming up, and I don't know if we've actually taken them into consideration yet. That's the problem.
So this kind of feels like the pre-plan, the pre-strategy. Okay. Any other comments or questions? No. Okay, we'll move to recommendations. Members are asked to agree the final regional parking strategy delivery plan. So I think this is the final level of the process before the delivery plan, before it's delivered. That's what I'm taking it as. So we agree what we have here, and note the progress being made with the decriminalised parking enforcement DPE application for parking enforcement paragraphs 4.6 to 4.11. Okay. On to agenda item 16, land at Kirkgate Dunsker disposal. This report asks if we can identify any other groups to consult with prior to the disposal of the land at Kirkgate Dunsker. Colin Freeman, and we still have Ailsa as well. Oh no, Ailsa's away, so it's Colin Freeman is on Teams to answer any member questions or address any member comments. Afternoon, Colin, do you have anything to add?
Good afternoon, Provost. Nothing further to add, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Dempster.
It's not really a question, Provost. I'd agree with the recommendations, and I'm sure there are no other groups required to be identified in Dunsker. The only observation I make is that this individual has been waiting a very, very long time for this process to be concluded in order that he can buy something from the council. And it seems to me there's been a significant delay, but I'm pleased to see that it's going ahead, and I would just agree with the recommendations set out, and I'm sure there are no other community groups needing consulted on this disposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. Any other questions or comments, or do we just move to recommendations? Okay, we'll move. Members are asked to note the background of the surplus land within the overall area of land at Kirkgate Dunsker, as detailed at paragraph 3.1, 3.2 and the appendix. Note the local community council consulted with at paragraph 4.4 and the response provided, and identify any other groups not already identified and engaged with in regard to the disposal of the land at Kirkgate Dunsker, and we've acknowledged that no other groups have been identified. Thank you. Thank you, Colin. 17. Land at Greenlee, Ashfield Drive, Dumfries. Now, this report asks if we can identify again any other groups to consult with prior to the disposal of land at Greenlee, Ashfield Drive. Colin's still with us. Is there anything you need to add to this report?
Thank you, Provost. Nothing further to add. Just happy to go to questions.
Thank you. Councillor Hislop.
Point of interest, just wondered under 4.4 who A patch A land was.
Colin, you answer that.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Hislop. A Patchy Land are the group who have now taken on responsibility for the Sandside Community Garden project.
Thank you for that, Colin. Councillor Slater. Okay, thank you. Any other comments? No, then we'll move to recommendations. Members are asked to, 1, note that the land at Greenlee, Ashfield Drive, Dumfries, extended to 709 square metres or thereby, as shown outlined in black on the appendix, is surplus to council requirements. Note that the Community Council and groups listed in paragraph 4.4 in this report have been consulted regarding potential community interest and future disposal. And 3, identify any other local groups to be engaged with in regard to the disposal of land at Greenlee, Ashfield Drive, Dumfries, and no other groups or organisations were noted. Thank you. On to item 18, outside bodies. Our next report is the Outside Bodies Nithsdale Area Committee report, representing our council on our other forums is an important part of our role and can be seen from this, as can be seen with this list, there are valuable and recognised groups. So we want to ensure that we have members contributing. Fraser Davis is in the hall to answer any member questions. Do you have anything to add, Fraser? Okay, so I will go through the list that we have. So we start with appointments. John Paul Jones Birthplace Museum Trust. Now, at the moment, we have Councillor Kim Lowe on that. Councillor Kim Lowe, do you wish to stay on it, or indeed, is there any other members who would wish to be on it in her stead?
I'm interested in staying on that. I've got a link now.
That's been agreed in the room. Councillor Lowe, thank you very much. We've got Moorheads Hospital Trust. The current appointments are Councillor Malcolm Johnston, Councillor Maureen Johnston, Emma Jordan and Keith Walters. And there's 2 vacancies. Now, we've had note from Councillor Walters, who has had to leave the meeting, that he is quite content to stay on that. Councillor Maureen Johnston, do you wish to stay on it?
According to the Moorheads Hospital Trust, it's the Provost, and as I'm no longer, so it would be yourself who would take over that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. There's Councillor Malcolm Johnston. Do we have him? He's left the meeting. And so, there's 2 vacancies as well. Yes. So currently we have myself as Provost on that and Councillor Keith Walters. Do we have anyone else? Because we don't have Councillor Malcolm Johnston or Emma Jordan in the room, so we have no idea whether they wish to remain.
Chair, they haven't intimated they wanted to come off, so I don't see any reason why to change.
It's maybe a little bit cheeky, but maybe we just keep them on. Well, they haven't said they want to come on, so they're on until they tell us they want off, I suppose. Councillor Johnston, can I ask if you wish to stay on as one of the vacancies, or you're quite content to be off? Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to Nith District Salmon Fishery Board. No. Councillor Hislop, do you wish to remain?
I'm happy to stay on, but if there's someone else who's keen to take on the responsibilities, I will step aside if someone comes forward.
That's very good of you, but I think we all can acknowledge you do an excellent job there, so. No, I'm sorry you're still on, Councillor Hislop. Thank you very much, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it anyway. The Dumfriesshire Educational Trust, current appointments are Councillor Jim Dempster and Councillor Ivor Hislop. Do you both wish to be? Yes, Councillor Dempster.
I think that I hope I didn't cause any confusion. On the basis that this meeting was held today and I might have been removed from this position, I think I was placed on the Dumfriesshire Educational Trust yesterday by the Education Committee. But Tracy says no. So if that's no the case, then I'd like to remain as a member.
Thanks, Chair. I think we had just noted that if you didn't remain on as today through the area committee, we would have put you on through education, but we would have seen what the outcome was today.
Thanks, Tracy. In that case, I'm happy to remain.
Did you want to come in, Fraser, or was it just to say what Tracy had said? Yeah. It was just so you had an avenue, I think. Either way, we would have you on it.
Very kind, Provost.
So, Councillor Hislop, do you wish to stay on?
Similar to the last one, if anyone else is keen to take it on, but I am very willing to stay on.
Do we have anyone else keen to take Councillor Hislop's place? Sold to Councillor. The grant, the George D. Grant Memorial Fund, what have we got for that one? Right, we've got, is that the two, is that these ones here? Right, currently we have Councillor Maureen Johnston, Councillor Emma Johnson, Councillor David Slater, Councillor Paula Stevenson, and we have a vacancy. So we'll start off with Councillor Maureen Johnson. Do you wish to stay on?
I can stay on that committee, thank you.
Lovely, thank you. We don't have Emma in the room, so unfortunately she's on by default. Councillor Slater, do you wish to stay on this? Microphone.
Yes.
Councillor Paula Stevenson is not in the room, but until she indicates she wishes to be off, she'll remain on. We have a vacancy. Is there anyone who wishes to fill that vacancy? Councillor Campbell.
I'm going to be naughty here, Provost. Before Councillor Ferguson left, he did say if nobody took up that position, I would nominate him. So I'm putting him forward for that.
So we'll put him on that. He can indicate otherwise at the next meeting if he wishes to remove himself from that, but I don't think he will. So the Robert Burns Ellisland Trust. Now currently we have Councillor Linda Dorward and as the appointment and Councillor Malcolm Johnston as the substitute. We don't have Linda in the room, so do we have Malcolm Johnston? Is he not? Neither. So Councillor Campbell?
Just happy to propose that they remain.
No one has indicated otherwise that they wish to be off it, so as I said, we'll have them on until they indicate otherwise. Dumfries Town Board. The current appointments, Councillor Maureen Johnston, Councillor David Slater. We have substitutes of Malcolm Johnston and Keith Walters. And Keith Walters had indicated as well in the chat that he was quite happy to stay on that as a substitute. So Councillor Maureen Johnston.
I'm happy to stay on the town board unless someone else wants to take the position. Otherwise, I'm quite happy to stay. Unless someone wants to take that position, yes.
Yes, I'm quite happy to stay on the board. Thank you.
Just going to check with governance because I had a feeling I think this was done at full council and the provost and not a councillor name. Can you check that, Tracy?
Just double check, but I'm pretty sure it was a councillor's name. Just bear with me, sorry. Sorry, Chair. So I don't think it had to be, the provost, for example. It just so happened to be that the councillor appointed was the provost at the time.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Are you happy, Councillor Johnson? That's fine. Okay, so we've covered all those. We'll move to recommendations. Members are asked to, 1, advise of any amendment to the current appointment to the John Paul Jones Birthplace Museum Trust. Advise of any amendments to the current appointments to the Moorheads Hospital Trust. Advise of any amendments to the current appointment to the Nith District Salmon Fishery Board. Advise of any amendments to the current appointments to the Dumfriesshire Educational Trust. Advise of any amendments to the current appointments to the George D. Grant Memorial Fund Subcommittee. Advise of any amendments to the current appointments to the Robert Burns Ellisland Trust, and advise of any amendments to the current appointments to the Dumfries Town Board. And we get agenda item 19, any other business deemed urgent by the Chair due to a need for a decision, and I have no urgent business. So that concludes the meeting, and I thank members sincerely for your contributions, your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Provost.
Well done, Provost.
Thank you.
Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Provost.